So that's pretty cool. All right, girlfriend.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We have a super special show for you from Victoria today. She is actually broadcasting live from her and Iggy's magnificent home in the Rockies. Super special, super Saturday training today. You are going to love it. We're going to show you the audience, show you Victoria. It's going to be fabulous. And take it away, Victoria.
Hey, welcome, guys. We are so glad you're here today. And I'm going to have to move this for them to see you, Iggy.
Oh, hi, Iggy. Yay.
All right. So you know what?
Perfect.
Sit down and welcome everybody.
Oh, that's so nice to see you, Iggy. That's awesome.
As soon as we started.
Yay, finally.
Yes, good to see you guys. Well, we're very happy that you're all here, you and your whole crew. It's going to be a very exciting day. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. And it's a magnificent day. It's not snowing.
Yeah.
Or raining. Rain will come later. But we're glad to have you here and look forward to you joining us.
All right. Thanks, Eddie. So anybody here doesn't like salmon? Okay. So we have a choice. If you don't want salmon, I got you quinoa and stuff because you're a vegetarian. You're a vegetarian as well? Okay. So we got you quinoa and all that kind of stuff. You're covered. But anybody that is a meat eater, everybody likes salmon, or did you want organic beef or hot dogs or any of that stuff? Okay. Okay. All right. So everybody's good with the salmon, or do we need anything else made? All right. I want to make a couple quick announcements. Hey, Catherine. It's great to see you guys. Okay. I'm going to have to sit because she can't see me.
Yep.
And I'm going to turn this around here in a minute. So we're kind of doing a combination. You know, a lot of people, as you know, cannot make an event because they're in Maryland. We have groups all over the world. And so no matter where they are, by doing this Google Hangout, they can get the same information. I mean, we're in an amazing age, aren't we? So I'm going to give you just a few announcements. One is the bathroom. We live in the mountains. So what that means is if it's yellow, you let it mellow. You don't flush the John, okay? But if it's brown, you flush it down. So there's a trash can, all right? And the trash can, if it's yellow, you just put the toilet paper inside the trash can. But if it's brown, we don't want to see it. We want the brown to go down, okay? Brown is down, okay? So anyway, that's a scoop on that on the bathrooms. There is breakfast out there. So I think most of you have partaken. Anybody who, you know, if in the middle, if you're feeling like your blood sugar is dropping or something, get up, go get some nuts. It's all back there. And we're not going to have lunch till about 1, maybe even a little bit later. But we're going to try to stick to that schedule. Do what you need to do. Event. There's a big event. Dr. Ariaza is, any of you that have watched many of the YouTubes have seen him. This is a guy, I got to tell you, he's pretty amazing. He was a very successful chiropractor. He had 7 clinics, I think, and things went bad for him. And he basically lost everything. Lost his house, I understand, lost his cars, everything went to the pits. But he had some good products. Anyway, he ended up joining Longevity with his company. First 6 months, which happens to almost every division we bring in, the owner gets a little depressed, you know, because, oh my gosh, now I'm not running the whole show. Now I'm not making it, formulating it, doing it, everything. And so he kind of hung out for 6 months. And after 6 months, he said, okay, I'm tired of squalling. You know what? Let's just donate the next 2 years of our life. And we are going to change this. I got to tell you, that was about 2.5 years ago. He just purchased a house, and I don't know the exact amount, but I heard it was between $4 and $6 million. So 2.5 years ago, he was basically bankrupt. Catherine, is so great to see you. And Catherine, if you sit in, I wouldn't sit in that chair because it rocks, and okay. I would sit maybe next to Diane. Okay. And Hank, let's pull, I guess we're gonna have to pull this chair right there for you. Okay, so make a long story short, the reason I'm telling you this story is because what he did is he made a commitment to himself, to his wife, that they were going to get everything back and more. So he started from scratch, and he started with home meetings. Now, I will tell you, this guy, I thought I was a worker. This guy's a worker like nobody I ever saw. They do meditations at 4 and set their affirmations for the day, 4 a.m. a lot of times. And they do their leadership trainings at 10, 11, 12 o'clock till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Because a lot of their people work, of course, and so forth. They get it in. The reason I'm telling you that, he is coming to town. And the date is June 20th. He's coming to Denver. It's going to be at the Westin in Westminster. I'm going. I'd like to see how many people, and you'll probably have to email me on Monday and let me know how many of your team are coming. But I think it'd be great for us to all show. He is one of the most incredible motivational speakers I've seen. Okay. Now, his whole thing is Spanish. Okay. I'm probably 98%. Okay. I will tell you, this is an amazing opportunity. Many people in this business make it much harder than it needs to be. I'm not saying it's a simple business. Okay, it is a simple business, and you can make it easier if you follow the steps, if you follow the guidelines, and if you don't try to be your own teacher. The only people that fail in this business are the people that quit. But I got to tell you, if you're new, and I know there's several new faces here today, if you're new to this and you want to invent the wheel, you're going to cost yourself 6 months or a year, and possibly even to the point where you say, I just don't think I'm made for this. I'm not making any money. Okay. I cannot tell you the number of people I've said, don't do that. Please don't do that. I mean, you're an independent distributor. It's, you can do whatever you want. This is a volunteer army. But if you do that, I had a guy one day call me and say, I'm going to do this trade show and I'm going to do it in California. And I actually said, I'll never forget this. I said, no, you're going to do that trade show because you want to do this girl, because you're wild about this girl. And I know what you have in mind. And so I said, the bottom line is what you're going to do is you're going to go all the way to California. You've already told me you want to ship product there. You already have product. Okay. You're going to fly. You're going to stay at the Hilton because you want to impress her. And you're going to do all these things. I said, so I'm going to make a prediction. I don't want to create your future or anything, but I'm going to make a prediction. If you do what you just told me you're going to do, you will quit. I guarantee you in my heart of hearts, you're going to quit in 90 days. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get all those bills, and they're probably going to be about $7,000. And then you're not going to make the money back. And then you're going to say, I can't make any money in this business. Guess what happened? What do you think happened in 90 days? He quit. He was $7,000 in the hole. And who did he blame? Yeah. He blamed me, not himself. And I warned him. So the reason I'm telling you that story is, bottom line is, this is a business that has a paint by number system. And we can show you pretty much, right, Hank? We can show you every single area in this business and what works and what doesn't work. Doesn't mean you can't add your own flair. We want you to add your own flair. I have my own flair. Everybody has their own shtick the way they do it. But you got to stay in that lane. Okay. So staying in that lane, I think it'd be fun if you all wanted to go to Ariaza. So can I see a show of hands on anybody that's interested in that you think you're going to go? Okay. That's going to be on the 20th. Okay. All right. And let's see, we talked about that. So you know what? At this point, am going to, I also want to make sure you know about a new pack. It's called a Power Pack. And that pack has a bottle of Z Radical. It has a canister of the BTT 2.0, which is the Beyond Tangy Tangerine, for some of you that are new. And it has a bottle of enzymes. So that's a really good pack. Also, like Hank, I know you did the new Z Radical powder, and I think that might have had the wrong number on it. So you may luck out and get 4 cases instead of 4 bottles. Yeah, I thought so too. That might be a real advantage here. So good morning, ladies. Welcome. And so we have a babysitter that we hired here today, a certified adorable babysitter named Katie, and she's going to take care of anybody with kids that is coming today. So with what we're going to start with is I'm going to turn this around, and Becky, you're going to have to tell me up, down.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, that's perfect. We can see. Hi.
Wave, darling. That's great. Okay, you're in our
Tip it up just a little bit more. We can see the people way in the back, Victoria.
up or down?
Up just a little bit. We can see the people in the back. There we go. Hi, in the back.
Okay.
Good.
Good. Do a Vanna White thing, okay? Do it. Okay, now we got someone here. Oh. Good morning. Is this? I bet you're Eric and Lori.
Yes, Eric and Lori.
Awesome. So great to have you. Look at it. So we got a few more coming in here. So Becky, we're still seeing people, right?
Yep, still seeing people.
Good. And then Hank, we need to set up a couple chairs. They're over here.
Hi, Chris.
And so now we're getting a little organized here. For those of you that are looking from Hawaii and Maryland and let's see, in Virginia and Texas and from Pennsylvania and from all over, you're thinking, what are they doing there? Well, this is just nothing. We're going to play and have fun all day. We're going to do what Hank calls clerking. Clerking is play and working at the same time. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to, Deb, you got your hair cut.
Yeah.
It looks adorable.
Gray hair is not as manageable as other colors.
Wave. I want to wave, Deb. You're on your live streaming on YouTube.
Hi.
All right. So we're just about to get organized here. So this is what we're going to start with. We're going to start with Steve over here. Can you see Steve? Wave, Steve.
Yes.
Becky, can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, perfect.
So we're going to start with Steve, and Steve is going to tell us who he is. And in less than 1 minute, he's going to give us any story that he wants on longevity. Why do you do longevity? And aren't you glad I picked on you first?
Yeah, I love
That's what happens when you sit in the front row and you're dead first.
Scotia.
But anyway, so now, okay, let's start with Scotia, then go to Steve. So there's Scotia.
Hi.
Hi.
Tell us who you are and why you love longevity and anything else you want to say.
Okay. She's already introduced me. I'm Scotia Menarche. I was invited to be a motivational speaker at one of the meetings, and when I saw the people and saw the products, I knew that this was something that I wanted to do. I had done other businesses in the past, and I knew that I wasn't going to get in network marketing again ever. And
I'm not doing, did you hear that, Diane? I'm not doing network marketing again, right?
I had thrown all my network marketing books away, or I gave them away, threw my cassettes away. I wasn't going to, but I was looking for some health products, and I saw these products and did some investigation. I loved the people there. I loved the motivation there, and I knew I was getting into longevity. I enjoy helping people. I enjoy motivating people, and I love the products. I love the people I'm working with, and that's a short story.
And you just did a trade show.
And I just did a trade show in
Was it
Ohio.
fun?
It was fun. It was my first one. I know now what not to do, but I know a lot of things to do. Had a great time. Enjoyed talking to a lot of people. It was fun.
She would send me
It was very
texts.
spontaneous. I went to Ohio for 2 weeks to help my daughter move and her son paint their house. And I'd say 3 months later, I came back to Colorado. And in that meantime, I was invited to a trade show. It was Universal Life Expo in Columbus, Ohio. And I've been invited back again in the fall. So we'll be back there.
And so now she's got a team in where? Ohio. Perfect. Steve. Can we see Steve, Becky?
Yes, we can see him.
All right.
I love the products. I mean, I've been taking several. Z Radicals helped in in several ways, and I love the rebound. I'm out in summertime outdoors doing a lot of landscaping kind of work, and I wouldn't survive without the rebound.
Awesome. Okay. And now we have a brand new beautiful girl.
Hi, my name is Lori. I had listened to an interview with Joel Wallach, and I believe in his mission, and I believe in his product, and so I signed up, and we'll see where this goes.
Awesome. And you just started just a couple weeks ago, right?
Right.
Awesome. And then Dale.
Hello, everyone. I love longevity because it has to do with healing, and we all could use a little bit of healing in our lives. The comfort and that it brings in my life is just amazing. I just love it. Z Radical has really done wonders for me. Obviously, with the minerals, it's just the way to go.
It is. It absolutely. And now we have another new beautiful face, Peggy. And then we're getting to that beautiful face afterwards. Yeah.
I've just now, been involved the last 3 weeks. Dale gave me some samples, and then he got me a starter pack, and I'm starting to feel, some changes of my own, and I see the enthusiasm of other people. So I'm excited about that.
So are you interested, Peggy, in the products and the business?
Possibly. I'm just, I have a lot of arthritis.
So your main focus is going to be
Well,
to
yeah.
heal your body, and then you're contemplating whether you're going to do the
Right,
business.
right.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask you that question at the end of the day. And we'll see what you have to say. All right. And now we have Chris Downs, one of my dear friends, business partners, SEMD in record time. He's an amazing, amazing soul. Chris?
Okay, so I'm Chris Downs. I got into longevity as a true blessing because I started a farm at 9,000 feet with a friend Rick Lyman, who introduced me to Victoria and Iggy. I planned my funeral 3.5 years ago from congestive heart failure. I had severe arthritis for 35, 40 years and told I need a heart transplant. You're going to die. So get your affairs in order, move to sea level so you can extend your life. Well, like I told you, I lived at 9,000 feet. I started by changing my diet. I was impatient to change and patient to see the changes that I made. So I changed my nutrition. I found longevity. I've gone from taking 2 full bowls of pills every morning and feeling sick and spending a lot more time in the ER or ICU. And now I'm surrounded by some awesome people. I give the glory to God because He's the one that has brought just this amazing thing to me in longevity. So if you want to get healthy, happy, and financially stable, you're at the right spot.
Awesome, Chris. Now we're going to go over to Eric and Lori. Now, can you, Becky, would you want?
Yeah, we can see them, but if you tip it up just a little bit, there'll be more. There we go. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, so this is team under Chris and Heather Downs, and you talk about up and coming. Guys, you want to take a snapshot of these people because I'm telling you, they're going to go great places, just like all the people that have taken the time to come to here today are going to do exactly the same thing. So Eric, Lori, tell us about you guys.
What would you like to know?
You can tell you weren't a lawyer. Only a lawyer would answer that question. No. So you guys have only been involved in longevity how long?
February.
3 months, maybe?
Okay.
Lori met Chris at a water store, and they started talking about organic food and organic farming.
Awesome.
Chris invited us to come out and take a look, and we met Chris and Heather Downs at their place, who lived probably less than an hour away from Chris and Dale in Divide Woodland Park area. And after conversation, you came to find out that all the symptoms that Chris had, my father is experiencing after having had a stroke and a heart attack. I mean, down to everything that the medicines that they're taking. And he's been on them for about 4 years, but he's going to be 80 this year. So not having seen any progress with my father, I think what we need is what Chris has got. So I introduced him, and then once I started reading about longevity and saw the products, I said, well, let's take them. Lori and I are fairly healthy and trying to eat right and all that, but after the first day, I noticed a difference with the products the first day I took them. So
Awesome.
now we're sold out. Oh, she should say something too.
All right, Lori, you're on the spot, girl.
I really like the Z Radical. It gives me a lot of energy.
Okay.
So I know when I stay up late at night working on my photography business or editing pictures, I know I can actually function the next day because of the Z Radical. Like if I have my Z Radical, I can
It's an amazing product, no doubt about it. But tell us, one of your goals, I believe, too, is to do this as a business and make a great residual income. Is that important to you?
Yes.
100%.
I love helping people. That's kind of my nature, my passion. I love to help people. I went to, I started out in college to go to school for nursing. So I always like to help people. So that's
A caregiver by nature. And then we've got this business guy over here that is really focusing in on the business. The two of you are doing great, calling every day, making 3-way calls with Chris, myself. That's how you build your business. So it definitely is a business that you own yourself, but it's not one that you have to do on your own, for sure, because you have a team.
We used to appreciate you guys, because that's what makes a difference. I've had my own companies and businesses and dabbled in some other product lines in the past, and nothing's ever even been close, and we've never had the kind of support that we have from you guys. So
Awesome.
it won't be long, and this will be 100% of what we do.
Awesome. That is great.
All right. That's
Well,
great.
we are thrilled about that. Hello, Tammy. Beautiful Tammy. It's great to see you. Wave at the camera, Tammy. Did you go by? We're going to get you in a little bit. Tammy, if you want to take Savannah out there, we've got a babysitter. Awesome. And now we're going to go to Hank. Can you see Hank? Hank,
Yeah, it's a little bit darker back there, and they need to talk really loudly once we get back from the front row. Kind of
okay.
yell at us, Hank.
Better?
Oh, there we go. Hey, beautiful. There you are.
Perfect.
Okay, my name's Hank. I am so passionate about longevity. Actually, about the Z Radical was my first and foremost. It's amazing because basically, if you give people the building blocks to repair, the body repairs. It's not rocket science. And my passion for longevity is we are basically changing the world one person at a time. And we're making an amazing difference in people's lives.
And so you do this, I know, to help a lot of people, but you don't send your checks back, do you?
Oh, never. I mean, we're being videoed. Well, I would do it for free, but I don't send the checks back.
Hey, while you're there, Scotia, thanks. Hand that to Hank.
You want to quickly understand?
I do.
Okay, Z Radical is an amazing, amazing product. It has in it an ingredient called fucoidan, which is a nutrient that's not found on land. It's nothing land-based. It's found in a handful of sea plants in trace amounts, but it's found predominantly in ground sea plants in the colder Arctic, Antarctic waters, which they're like underground redwoods. Western medicine, I haven't checked in a while. Last time I checked, they've published now over 1,250 medical studies on fucoidan. They have never seen anything so powerfully jumpstart the human immune system, so powerfully activate the body's healing mechanisms. They can't synthesize it. They're trying hard, but they're viewing it as the wonder nutrient, wonder drug of the future. It is amazing because as people start taking, and it's a nutrient, it's not our food, it's not a medicine. But as you take it over time, it balances your body, it normalizes over and above all of that. So one person will say, wow, my night blindness is gone. Somebody else, their allergies disappear. I remember we were at a presentation, some young girl, college girl goes, this is the greatest hangover remedy I've ever encountered. She would party at night, take the radical, and the next day. But either way, it brings the body back into balance. Yeah. And it's wonderful. And the side effects, get this, are more energy, more clarity of mind, better sleep, more stamina, less stress, more vitality. Nothing anybody can use in our society, right? And if you take too much, your body just passes it out. I drink an awful lot. The average adult drinks 2 ounces twice a day. I drink about 9 ounces. So I have expensive pee. What can I tell you? But nonetheless, if you take too much, the body processes it right through. And what else? Since it strengthens the immune system, when you have a strong immune system, you can be exposed to any disease and you will not get it. Because if the immune system is going gangbusters, how can the body be susceptible to whatever the germs are, whatever the viruses are that you encounter? It's also a good detoxer and anti-inflammatory. Yeah. It's amazing what this thing can do. And I am, you can tell, passionate about it. But if you jumpstart the immune system and then take the 90s, just a matter of time. From my perspective, no matter what the disease, it's just a matter of time till it turns around.
And we do know that none of our products heal, cure, They don't diagnose. They don't do any of that, right? But you give the product, you get that body.
The building blocks it repairs.
Exactly.
It's not rocket science.
Exactly.
It's
Perfect.
so neat.
Well,
Okay,
thank you
thank you.
so much, Hank. Like always, you're an expert at explaining what Z Radical is. All you got to do is try it, and you know it. Now we've got Jane Wave.
Oh, hi.
Are we? Can you see Jane?
Hello.
Look at my own little spotlight.
Yes,
here.
you do.
You know, I'm getting into this.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, Becky. We can see this is Vice Presidential Jane Kelly, which is many of you that are SEMDs. That's going to be your next level is Vice Presidential. So this is Jane Kelly. Tell us about you, Jane, and why you're in Longevity.
Oh, I am in longevity because longevity works. And I am in service for people, and you want good health and you want wealth. So I love a residual income and to build my business and have it work for me. But this product is bar none phenomenal, and there is nothing like it. And Dr. Wallach is amazing, and that's why I do it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jane. We got some more superstars that just joined us, so we're going to bring some chairs in. While we do that, what happened? Is your computer still in there? Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're good.
Her picture went from full screen to a small circle, so I don't know if she can still.
There you go. You're
Okay,
back.
we're good.
This is good. You know how technical I am. Any issue that comes up, I can handle.
I am so impressed.
Laugh, because that is absolutely not my name.
You do know because you go, who can do this?
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah,
Resourceful.
I can handle it because I know there's at least 2 or 3 computer dudes in here. Good. Okay, now we're going to go back. Can Diane raise your hand? My incredible friend, Iggy and I, she's been a friend of ours for years. She is an awesome masseuse. She owns her own fitness company. I mean, she's just an amazing, dynamic woman. Can you see her, Becky?
Can't really see her. It's a little bit dark. I can see her waving, but we can't see her face.
Hey, you know what? Anybody's a fitness trainer like that, she can just hop. See, she just hopped down there, right?
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Okay. Why are you doing longevity? And I know you were in other multi-level,
Several.
and you've got several things, you know, that are perhaps
In the
holding you
past.
back a little in the past.
Yeah, well, I've been resistant, as Victoria will tell you, but I've been listening to her and hearing her through these several years with the products. And, what I've done and listened that she's told me to do and listened about the products, I'm very impressed with the research and the science behind it. I mean, that stuff is undeniable.
Yeah.
And when you have that behind it, it's just really good foundation, I think. So, I'm just interested in hearing more about the business opportunity and seeing if I can make it work and work into the fitness center and help more people. So.
Awesome. And of course, every time Diane comes, here, have some BTT, here, have some pollen burst. So now she's hooked on pollen burst as an energy source. It is great tasting. And by the way, guys, we have out here today, we have the brand new protein drink, which has very little sugar, has not many calories. What's the other thing?
24 grams of protein.
24 grams of
7
protein.
carbs.
Jane called
3
me
fiber.
and said, that is the best protein drink I've ever had in my life. So we'll be passing that around here in a little bit. There's Z Radical out there. We have Pollen Burst out there for you. We have BTT out there for you. We have Rebound in the cans. You name it, we got it for you to taste today. Diane, thank you so much. That's awesome. And Amy, can we see Amy at all?
Hi.
Can you see Amy?
Yeah, about the same. There we go. Yeah.
Now, Amy is a busy girl, man. This girl works full-time, part-time, and longevity, and has 2 little babies.
Who have a full-time.
And who, of course, I'm sure they're doing dance and everything imaginable thing going.
Yeah, so I
But
fall
you-
off the business wagon a lot, unfortunately, but I still love the products.
So you love the products, and you would love to do the business so that you wouldn't have the full and part-time.
That would
And
be
one of these days, we're going to be able to focus you in on that.
that'd be
I'm
great.
hoping by the end of the day, you'll be motivated.
I hope so. In my spare time.
And right, in your spare time. I know you have a lot of that. So
But I do love the products. I love the wide variety of products we have. Like I love the essential oils. I love the nutritional products. I love the variety we can offer people, so whatever their niche might be, we can probably meet their needs somehow or another. So that's really wonderful.
Perfect.
Health-wise, of course, we have a lot to offer them as well. So I'm excited to see some of these new products as well because I'm not completely up to date and I'd love to catch up again today.
Well, you're going to catch it up
Yay.
all today. That's perfect.
Awesome.
Thank
and my
you,
kids love
Amy.
it too. They don't take everything, but some things they love, and they're great for kids too. So
They are great for kids.
Yes.
Super.
Yes.
And now we got a superstar. This girl has lost. How much you went from size what to what?
I'm not telling you sizes.
Okay,
Out of your mind.
so just give us what you want to give us, Catherine.
never asked the lady.
I know, I thought she was excited. So go ahead.
I'm very excited about the 100 pounds that I've had off for 2 years, but I wanted to start with the Z-Radical. And the Z-Radical is all that I had for a couple years, and I'm so excited. In 90 days, my arthritis was probably, I don't remember, 50–60% better. And then when I added, I'd been 100 pounds heavier for close to 35 years. No matter what I tried, I couldn't get the weight off. Weight Watchers, in 18 months, I only took off 25 pounds, and I was doing 2 hours of water aerobics 7 days a week. And Weight Watchers instructor said if it were me, I would not continue to pay $12 a week until you figure out what's wrong with your metabolism. Added the BTT to the Z-Radical, and those were the only 2 products I was taking. And after a year of adding the BTT, the leaky gut syndrome, which they told me that I'd had, stopped. And then right at that point in time, I started the ASAP, and that's when it first came out, and it was 500 calories a day, and I did that, and had 100 pounds off for 2 years. And I'm
Wow.
very excited to have another 50 or so to go, but 35 years at the other weight, my body's going, no, you have to figure this one out first. So
Awesome.
I'm keeping 100 pounds off. I feel so much better, and I love the products.
And you've been with us on our team how long?
I met you August of 06.
August of
The
06.
day that Iggy was in the hospital.
Interesting. The one thing I can tell you about our team is the people that come to our team are very heart-centered. I swear, they do not come to our team unless they're of service and heart-centered. And you talk about someone who is generous soul. This girl right here you're looking at, Catherine, is an amazing, amazing person. Gives me chills to look at you guys and to know all these stories that I know, these friendships that we've developed over the years. It's just awesome. Thank you so much, Catherine. And now we have an amazing superstar.
Hi, my
Can
name
you
is.
can you see Deb?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was wondering because she's only 5 feet tall, so. But I know it's taller now, so.
It's another phase of getting older. I've shrunk. Really, what I needed, don't you know? So, what product makes you grow?
I'm not quite sure which part you want to grow. No.
Not my nose.
We've got some hormonal products over here, Deb. Go ahead, Deb. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, my name's Deb Jelanovich, and I've been with Longevity in Victoria since June of 06, right? Or
Yeah.
March. I don't know, March of 06. Memory. And I love the products and I love the business. And one thing that no one has mentioned, because I love Z-Radical, I have health issues with my neck and my discs and neuropathy where I can't feel things. And these products have kept me out of surgery for years and still maintaining a quality of life. Because surgery for me is the last resort. They want to do surgery on my neck. They want to do surgery on the shoulder. They want to do surgery on my back. What do you want fixed first? And I said, I'm fine. So we'll talk when I can't be happy and can't have a good quality of life. The other thing I like about Longevity is due to things in my life that came up, I kind of always kept the business, the auto ships and everything going because I am an SEMD. The good thing about Longevity is even if you take a break for a little bit, you never lose what you gained in your promotions. So today, if today is the day I'm going to go back for the business again, I start right where I left off.
Yep.
And, you know, there's very few companies that do that. You know, if you back out, you start going down. So, you know, besides the wonderful products, besides a great company, I mean, a great company, if there's anything that you need, this company has it. And they're constantly growing and pulling in some of the best products in the market. So I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be amongst wonderful people and grateful for my team. And they're here too. They're showing up as well. Yay, team!
Awesome.
So that's it for me.
Thanks, Deb. Bob, you're hiding over there in the corner. You're going to have to stand behind Chris.
I don't want to do it.
Well, one thing you're going to hear about today is this is a personal growth program that you get paid for.
Okay, I'll drop a little bit.
Okay. All right, Bob.
Hi, Bob Clark. How are you doing? Hope everybody's good.
We are.
I'm in the business because I like helping people for one.
Yeah.
That's the most important part. And you know, I got hooked on the Z-Radical. What can I say? Once you had it, you don't want to do without it.
It's true.
Very true. So that's about all I got.
All right, Bob. Well, we appreciate you coming today. Rick, I know you're back there.
Can't hide.
Can you come up a little bit closer? Like maybe Becky, can you see him?
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's better.
Now, Rick is an amazing guy as well. Another heart-centered. In fact, sometimes when he comes to visit me, I just sit and shake my head. Inwardly, I'm thinking, it's amazing that these kind of people in life exist. He is that tremendous of a human being. He's all about helping other people. It's always, every time I talk to him, it's always about who he's helping. Kids he brings into this farm that he and Chris are developing, you know, kids that are underprivileged and people that need a break. It's amazing what they do. And I'm really excited to announce that Rick is making Senior Executive Marketing Director this month. So let's give him a
Hey.
So Rick, why do you do longevity? You're a busy dude.
Because I don't have, I'm opposite from most people. I don't go to the doctor. I'm healthy, and I take longevity to stay that way. I don't work the business. I just tell people about the products. And
now let's scratch that last part you said. That is not normally how it works, but I got to tell you, he's astute enough to bring in a guy like Chris. You remember Chris right there, right? Wave, Chris. Who Chris went crazy. So now Rick benefits from that. And I know Rick is only into it to help people and to help himself and to help people. But you know what? You don't send those checks back, do you?
no, they buy the product.
Exactly. They buy the product, and soon they'll help to pay for more things on the farm and all that philanthropic work that you two do. It will help for that too. Because you know what? Some people, they think, well, money isn't important. I hear it quite a bit in our team where they'll say, you know, I really just want to help people. But I got to tell you, it takes money to live today.
Yes, it does.
You know, and if you want to buy all the products, I mean, guys, if you knew how much money Iggy and I spend on products, it would, well, I've got a warehouse in the other room, you can see. But we take the product that comes out, we take it because we can, okay? Because of all the amazing people in our team. So it does, I mean, we need money to live, at least at this point, and who knows what the future will hold. But this enables us to be able to give someone cases of Z if they end up with, we've had Deb called me one day with one of her dear friends and that lives right down the street and had a problem with cancer. And so I said, okay, well, come on over, get some Z, because that's what they need and they couldn't afford it. Okay. At the same time, you also get write-offs because when you do those donation things, right? And it's also a write-off. We have a lot of successful people like Rick who do this business just for the write-offs because it really does. When you look at all the things that you can write off in a network marketing business, it is a great opportunity, right? So Rick, do you have any, I mean, are you excited about being in longevity?
Yes, and there's one thing I
Okay.
did want to mention.
Okay.
Is like Victoria said, I work with underprivileged kids, and when I give them things like Tangy Tangerine, a lot of times you can see their personality turn around within 20 minutes, and the problems within that child, because they're so deficient, all of a sudden you see them smile and have fun, and they're not so mad and frustrated anymore. It's
it's amazing.
Awesome. So do you see why I love this business? You get all these people, these stories you've heard. I mean, and I know everybody wants to give out, and that's really what it's about. Because you know the little story about what goes out comes back around, right? So now I think you walked in with this other gentleman. Is he in our business yet?
Yep, it's Mike.
This is Mike. Mike, come on up.
Amazing Mike.
This is a story.
Amazing Mike. That is awesome. Handsome. We got all these good-looking people in here today. All
He
right.
has to come closer for us to see. We can't see him still.
Gotta come closer. Watch the hole. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
My name is Mike Sanchez. I drive a tow truck out of Frisco, Colorado. And on the 5th of February, I got crushed under the semi.
Wow, you're the one that got crushed?
Yeah, I broke 8 ribs in multiple places. I punctured a lung. I fractured my scapula, and transverse process on my C6 vertebrae also got fractured. I was in ICU for 9 days. I was in the hospital for a total of 11 days. Not quite sure the day that Rick showed up because I was under a lot of narcotics. But he showed up and he brought in OsteoFX and Tangy Tangerine, and I've been on it ever since I was in the hospital. None of the doctors were able to tell me an expected ETA on my recovery time. And because it was a workman's comp issue and a claim, everybody's apprehensive on giving me any sort of solid numbers. But I'm ready back to work. I'm not in a tow truck only because the physical nature of the job is like if you have to drop a drive shaft in a big rig or pull axles or something like that to tow it, there's been times that I'm barely even able to break the bolts loose before I got hurt. And because of the nature of my injury, I'm doing really well, but I'm not 100%. But at this point in time, I think I've exceeded all the doctors' expectations on my recovery time.
And how do you feel?
I feel pretty good. I've learned how to talk to physical therapists, like after you go in for treatment and you walk in the next time, they ask you how you feel. You walk in telling them that you feel great. Well, they're probably going to beat you up a little bit more. The other day I went in and I'm complaining of on an upper scar I have. I get these sharp sporadic pains, and they last about 20 to 30 seconds or so. And I mentioned that to the therapist, and he began to do a scar tissue breakdown massage therapy on that. And I'm still pretty sore, and that was on Wednesday at this point. But overall, I feel pretty good, and I would just have to say that I think a lot of my recovery has been because of longevity. I'm not going to give all credit to it because I'm the one that I think a lot of one's health comes from inside of one's brain and their thought process. And even though you're supplementing all the nutrients that you need, vitamins and minerals and all that, you have to kind of tell your body subconsciously where you need those vitamins and minerals. So I would attribute the combination of everything that has come together after the accident. Easy to fall in a rut when something like this happens, but you begin to easily see the silver lining in things, and I'm beginning to realize there's a lot of silver linings in the longevity product line.
Awesome.
And it's pretty hard to
Thank you, Mike.
argue with the science. It's pretty compelling science, I think.
Awesome. Let's give him a hand, man. He has really come a long way. Thank you so much. You know, and if you get the privilege of talking to Chris, he is hanging out with Chris and Heather and Rick, and I'll tell you, you'll see why he talks a lot about the mind. Chris is in mastermind group, and there is not a day in my life we will be talking a little bit about accountability and how each one of us needs some kind of buddy or someone, some leader, some mentor, someone that you're going to connect with. And one of the, Chris does an incredible job. And every single day of my life, when I get to my computer, whether it's 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, he has sent me an email and he tells me what's going to happen today. And there's always positive statements. And every time, I've never yet talked to him that he didn't have positive statements to say. So there's no doubt. I agree totally with you, Mike. It is almost everything's in between our ears, the good and the bad, right? It's those 6-8 inches that help you succeed or kind of hold you back. Tammy, you want to stand up and come over here for a minute, kind of behind Steve, but watch the hole. It steps down. Beautiful Tammy is here. Can you see Tammy back here? Do I need to move this?
Yep, no, that's perfect.
Okay.
Hi, Tammy.
So Tammy, you've been in the business quite some time.
Yes.
Tammy is the biggest, as far as manifestation, she's low key, but I got to tell you, this girl knows how to manifest players. In this room are several people that are in her team. And she absolutely knows how to bring people in. So why do you do longevity? And it has really helped you physically.
Well, yeah, I started as a product user because I was really sick. Then I was in Heritage Makers, which we now have, thank God, which is yay. I didn't do anything in Heritage Makers, and then I left Heritage Makers and came to longevity, and I can't say enough about longevity. It's changed my life in every possible way, not just my health, but my personal development.
Perfect.
Everything.
So give us a 20-second snapshot of your health for longevity.
It gradually started. I was just really sick. I was terrified to eat. I was throwing up every single day. It got to the point where it was every single day. And I've always been anti-doctor, so I never went. And I got on the product, and I instantly felt better. I wasn't sick until I ran out that next month, but I haven't been sick since.
Awesome. And you do this business and you get a check every month from all these amazing distributors that you have manifested in your team. Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you, Tammy. She can't wait to scurry off the film here, I can tell. And Iggy, I'd like you to stand up and tell us your story, because you are normally, can you see Iggy?
Yep, we can see him.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
And Iggy normally has never been on auction in his life. He is generally healthy as an ox. But tell us what happened in February and now what your recovery is.
Well, even before that, basically, I've had, I've eaten organically, I exercise regularly, I'm not overweight, I don't smoke, I don't drink. There's no reason that I shouldn't be healthy. So I was quite upset when the doctor said, you've got 98% blockages on your arteries. You're a walking dead man. They did a triple bypass on me. This was several years ago. And that's when I started, got introduced to the Fucoiden and, longevity and all of that. I went back a year later after drinking Z-Radical, and the doctor said, your heart now is not only functioning like that of a 30-year-old, but a 30-year-old who has never had a heart issue. I'm 36, so. I haven't fed you guys yet, so I'm a little more than 35. But anyway, and then they tagged me with diabetes. I'm saying, wait a minute, I'm doing everything right. Well, as far as I was concerned, I was doing everything right, but I didn't realize, that we didn't have all the nutrients in the food we were eating. We didn't have all this stuff in it. We had all these chemicals. We had all, since longevity, I mean, it's just absolutely changed our whole lives, both health-wise and whatever. My mother also, I had moved her out here with me. They'd given her a death sentence with breast cancer, and she had been fighting it for several years. 4 months after drinking Z-Radical, I can actually show you the medical report from Rose Medical Center, said tissue in this region is entirely normal. Now that's when she was 82. She's now at her 93rd birthday. So obviously the doctors weren't exactly right. It doesn't matter what age you are,
Yeah, it doesn't.
or what your problem is. If you really, and as let's get your name said back there, your attitude has a lot to do with it. If you say, wait a minute, I'm not going to be taken down by this, that attitude means a lot, but you also have to give it the nutrients to back it up, and your body will work to change it. You know, if you've got a contract to, you know, to die, you know, there's nothing you're going to do to change that unless you start changing the way you think about things. Anyway, Victoria and I decided we're going to be snowbirds this year. And I have a fifth wheel. We went down to San Padre Island, and, you know, for the first week, everything was great. And then I don't know what happened, but I started getting this cough, went to a doctor. He totally mistreated it. Ended up in the hospital with pneumonia and pleurisy. And I was in there for 2 weeks. I almost died. I know that if I had not been in such good shape with all the nutrients and everything that I was taking, then my body would have had a hard time coming back from this one. And
you have a 20-inch scar on your back.
Yeah, they went in and I know what it feels like to fillet a fish now, what a fish feels like to fillet. They cut a big thing in there, and they had to scrape the ribs, and then they had to fracture one of the ribs to get inside and scrape them from the inside. So they did some major stuff.
TMI. No. So bottom line is?
The bottom line is that, you know, I am progressing unbelievably. I mean, you know, the doctor looks at me and says, my God, he said, I'd never believed that they did this to you, and on and on and on. I'm feeling much better. It's, you know, it's been about 3 months, and, you know, I guess it's going to take a while for my body to get back, but, you know, everything is getting back in place, and I am ready to go. And it makes a big difference.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you see Jane? Can you see Jane wave?
Oh, hi.
Yes.
Okay. So you've heard lots of amazing stories here, but I want to emphasize again, we do not cure, and we never use the word cure. We do not heal, right? Your body is a magnificent temple. It knows exactly what to do and what not to do. You feed the body that nutrition, and the body just lines up, right? So with that, there's some things that we do. It's called system and function. So Jane, do you mind sitting there? Because Jane hurt her foot. So instead of getting her up here and putting her on this bar stool, unless you're more comfortable there, I'm just going to do it there. If you want to talk about what is system and function.
Okay, longevity is built around systems. If you think about it, you have all your different packs. So when you're talking to somebody and trying to understand what their needs are for, you know, that would be beneficial, you know, for them with this company.
Hold on one sec. Can you hear back there? Okay, good. Go ahead.
If you talk systems, body systems, and the function of that system, and you can break it down into 4 categories, you know, basically hard tissue, soft tissue, you've got blood sugar, and you've got circulation. And we have different body packs. So you don't necessarily need to know what someone is, quote, diagnosed with. What you want to really educate yourself with is which body system will help that body system function much better or enhance it, to help support it. Yeah, I've got it. So, for example, your blood sugar packs, somebody has got blood sugar issues. You're going to put them on the blood sugar pack. You're going to talk for that body system, that to help that body function optimally would be that pack you would give them.
And this chart that we just handed Jane is in all of your chart. Is in all of your books and all your handouts. I think it's the loose handouts behind the book, Simple Systems. And it's called Mineral Deficiencies. And it's just kind of a chart that tells you. So, Jane, are you saying that people don't have to be an expert in this business? I mean,
well, and
they don't
that's
have to
just
know
it.
everything?
You don't have to know everything at all. What you really want to help somebody understand is how to help that particular system in the body function better. So this chart will help you do that, give you an idea, and they can look at it and they can check it off. That's what I do when I developed this. I would give it to someone and say, check off what you can relate to. And where you see the most checks, you can start there as far as the body system to support. But you want to talk in systems and function. If you listen to Dr. Wallach, that's what he does as well. And he's a doctor and can go into a lot more depth. And he knows it. We're not an MD, nor do we want to, jeopardize this wonderful company by thinking, oh, you've got diabetes, so here, take this and you'll be fine. It doesn't work like that, nor do you want to state it. The body, as long as you feed it what it is deficient in, can then turn around and help, itself. The body cures itself. The body heals itself. Nothing else does. So you want to really support that body system and help it function optimally. These products do that. They're phenomenal. And so this is just an easy, simple chart to utilize if you want. But listen to what the individual you're talking with in where that challenge may be in that body system. So it's systems and the function of that system. That will help you the most. And that way you don't get caught up in the disease category of it. And it gets into then more of a medical diagnosis. We do not medically diagnose anything.
That's exactly right. Okay, so what we're going to do now, Lori, come up here and be Vanna White for me. Becky, do you have a good view of the superstars in the room? Come over here.
Well, I can see half of Scotia and half of Jane.
And you don't see anybody else?
It's pretty
Yeah,
low.
I see Chris.
The computer's pretty low, so it's kind of.
We can see, there we go. Now I can see towards the back more.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do because we started a little late today. So I'm just going to hold up some products, and anyone who knows something about those products, I want you to tell us what it is. And then Lori is going to give you a rebound or BTT or whatever that's in this sack as just a little prize for telling us what you got. So, anybody excited about Pollen Burst?
Yes.
Yes.
Chris raised his hand big time. Let's hear about Pollen Burst. Yeah, I need. This guy lives on Pollen Burst. Go ahead. What now?
Well, Pollen Burst is great because I have someone in our team who's been using it to help her with her MS, and she's been able to move her hand. Her body's healing enough to move her left hand after 15 years. Open it up and move it all on its own.
Because it's got SOD in it.
Yes.
Anybody know what SOD is?
Super.
Which does what?
It helps your body to oxygenize, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit louder, Chris? We can't hear you.
No, because if I talk louder, if I make a mistake, you'll know.
Yeah.
You won't.
It's great tasting. It helps your body to balance things out. It gives it lots of energy and helps the body heal. It gives the body the nutrition so it can heal itself. And it helps all sorts of diseases to balance out.
Okay. Now, that MS person is also on quite a bit of Z-Radical. You've already heard about Z-Radical. Okay. We have a girl in North Carolina, Geneva Horn, that would talk to anybody about MS. And she has done so well with MS. She's a grandmother, couldn't get out of bed without her husband helping her, was pretty debilitated, got on Z-Radical, then the Healthy Start Pack, and guess what happened? She now has no symptoms of MS, doesn't have to be helped, plays basketball with her kids, and 2 universities are studying her. And what is she on, her main product? And what else? Healthy Start Pack.
Yeah.
What's in the Healthy Start Pack? Who knows what's in the Healthy Start Pack, the 3 items? Jane?
You've got your EFAs, your 2.0 BTT, or the peach citrus, whatever you want to call it, the new and improved, and your calcium, powdered calcium.
Okay. And there's a powdered calcium and a liquid calcium, right, that a person
Correct.
can't get in either of the packs, right?
I have a question about that.
Okay.
What is the best way to use I usually do the liquid OsteoFX, Beyond OsteoFX.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have the powder, but it's so thick when I just mix it with water. Does anybody know a better way to use the powder?
I use mine in a protein shake. And also, if you just put it in a bottled water, like with your BTT, shake it. Because it's one of those that needs to be shaken, not stirred.
Oh.
Because it will come. Yes.
Beat it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And drink it quickly.
Now, Jane prefers the original.
I do.
But most people prefer the 2.0 from a taste standpoint.
Right.
Okay. But, it's certainly preference. Now, if someone is not, if they're just playing the Healthy Start Pack and not the CEO, and we know the CEO pack is the way to go, but I usually give them the liquid osteo. I personally find that people have better results with the liquid than they do the powder, but most people do the powder in their protein shakes.
Mm-hmm.
So which of the liquid OsteoFX do you use? The Beyond, or is the other one's the Ultimate?
The Beyond, the one that's $47, I think.
40, I think 47 or 48.
Jane, EFAs are in here. Why are EFAs? I got to tell you, EFAs are big time for your body. Can you explain a little bit about that, Jane?
Right now, I'm on a regiment, and I take the EFA, the regular, which has the flaxseed in it. I do more than 15 a day. And the more you do of that one, especially for what I am trying to turn around, it's very good for skin. And besides circulation as well. But, and if you add the Immortalium, which I do, it's great for your brown spots, age spots. They'll start to disappear rather quickly.
And what's that one?
This is Immortalium.
The Immortalium.
Immortalium is an anti-aging product. Even the bottle's cool on this deal.
That one,
they import
yes.
these bottles from, was it Germany, I think?
They do. It's Europe development, but it's done in a violet glass because those supplements are time released, and so it protects the life of that supplement. But it is a great antioxidant. Yeah, it's phenomenal, and it's.
Jane, do you know about telomeres?
The telomeres.
So the telomeres, there was a woman who won the Nobel Prize in 2009 for discovering that telomeres determine basically I guess you might say the age of your body, you're aging,
how long you can live.
Right, and so they discovered these strands, and they kind of liked it to when you have a shoestring.
Right, correct.
And the shoestring has it gets frazzled at the end, because that little thing leaves, and so then the shoestring gets all those little stupid frazzled things.
Is your telomere.
Right. And so they can actually look at your telomeres in your body and see what you're how long they think you're going to live.
Mm-hmm.
Doc then took that, our amazing Doc Wallach, took him several years, but then he formulated this anti-aging product, and it has when you open it up, it has 2 colors in it, and the 2 colors would be fast acting,
right, and well, it is a time release capsule.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So we definitely do this for anti-aging. It's a fantastic
and
product.
It is great on age spots.
And that's called Immortality.
Immortalium.
What?
Yeah. So if you do Immortalium and your EFAs.
I don't know. We haven't taken it long enough to know that yet, but
all I know is Yeah, you get younger with this product. Most definitely.
Does it help eczema and like psoriasis and?
Yeah, that's why I'm on a lot of EFAs along with the Immortalium.
One of the other things that, we have lots of EFAs. So we have,
correct.
Jane is on the one right now, the EFA,
The dark
which
one, yeah.
comes in a
Yeah.
bigger bottle, the brown ones. And then there's the EFA Plus, okay? You can read on the back of the bottle what all they have. And the one she goes on is the one that has the flaxseed.
Yeah.
We also have a multi-EFA, which is smaller for kids, vegetarians, but it has a lot of primrose oil in it. So that is really good for the skin.
It is.
And then one of my favorite that I take every day, if I don't take any of the others, which I should
I
take
do
them
that
all.
one too.
This one, Prohoba. This is a
omega
great
3s.
product, and this is cheap.
Yeah.
This was like $16, but this is just the omega 3s.
That's the one.
Now, what they always say is, you need the 369, right? So we get quite a bit of 6 from our food. Well, if you add the 3, which is just 3, the others are all of them, okay? But if you add the 3 to it, the 3 plus the 6 gives you what? 9. So that's the theory on that. But this is a good staple product. Yes.
Can I add something to that?
Please.
Essentially, when somebody is ill, you want to give them the 3 6s and 9s.
Right.
But if you give somebody who's well the 3s, the body builds the 6s and 9s from it.
Mm-hmm.
So as a result, healthy people, we can go, I happen to take the Prohobis also, but anyone who's dealing with a health challenge, give them the 3 6 9 combination.
Yeah, and Doc does prefer that you do 3, 6, and 9. He does. I can tell you this. He's 75. This dude travels every day of the year, right?
Correct.
Does 400 workshops a year, and he does the EFA Plus, he does the Prohobas, and he does the multi EFAs. So he does them all. If you've ever seen his handfuls of stuff. Now, this is one of my favorite. Who knows
The new line.
about the new Transform Your Temple program? Who is on it up here? Tammy, talk to us about Transform Your Temple.
Oh, I don't know about it.
It's
Okay. Well, there you go. Hey, that's Faith. Are you guys taking it? Everyone, who else? Who is?
Transforms each 12 temples of your body.
You have 12 body systems.
Exactly. See, you know about it.
This month is lung and
Sinus.
Exactly. This product, first of all, Beyond Organics, is an amazing division of ours. Jordan Rubin.
There you go.
I have to remember Jordan Rubin. Jordan Rubin has like 3 million people that follow him. He's the one that wrote the Baker's Diet. Okay, he has a huge ranch in Missouri, and everything is grass. The cows are grass fed. I don't know if you ordered the cheese. Oh, we should
it's
take some of
delicious.
that out today too.
It's delicious.
I'll let you taste that. It tastes different than any cheese you've ever had. Everything he does is the primo with organics. Okay, what he has discovered, his dream, through a prayer and a dream, he discovered that what he really wanted to do in life was develop a system. And he said that the Bible shows that you have 12 systems. Okay, so brain, circulatory, lungs, that kind of. And so he developed a program that is exclusive through us, and every month you get a foundation. Let's see which one. And then you get, like this month is lung and sinus. And you take 3 capsules of each. And you do that every single month. And the next month, auto ship, you get the next system that you're going through. So within a whole year, you have literally cleansed, detoxed, and supported every system in your body. And then it starts all over again. I'll tell you what, after you've listened to him, we have a website for our team that we pay for, the leaders of Z Team. Oh. Anyway, we pay for the website. It's called Z Team Live. Z as in what? Z Radical Team, TEAM, live.com. If you go there, you're going to see trainings that I've done for the last 5-6 years. Everything from inspiration when you're stuck to almost every product that we have. When you scroll down and you see Beyond Organics with Jordan Rubin, you're like, I want to do this just because it's him. He literally was the person who not only came up with the idea, but he developed it. He is like right on the line where they're developing these. He wants to make sure it's that pure. So anyway, I think it's a fantastic, I haven't been this excited in a long time over a product. So I think it's a terrific opportunity for us. Yes.
So if there's one that you want that's not that month auto ship, can you go back and order just that one you might need?
I don't think so. I don't think so because it's all on a schedule.
Okay.
Like for instance, every month, like of course, May was the respiratory system. June is going to be the neurological system. Then it goes to the skeletal system, bone and joint. And then it goes to skin health, then kidney support, hormone support. None of us could use that, right? Blood sugar support, immune support, tone and lean, heart and cardio, colon, and then liver and digestion. So it goes through that every 12 months and then recycles.
Okay, and do you mind me asking how much it costs?
It's $100. It's very close. It's like $99.90. It's $100 for these 2 bottles.
Okay.
So, and it's a separate auto ship. However, it is free shipping. So let's say you have to maintain them for $250. Let's see, $250 for SEMD. If you have to maintain that, then you have $100 for this. Well, I think actually the QB is 83 or something like that. Let's say the QB is 90. Okay, hypothetically, it's close to that. So you're going to pay somewhere around $99.90. You're going to get a QB of somewhere around 90. So then your auto ship would be of this, but your other auto ship, you just subtract the $250 from the 90 and put that on your auto ship, and that's free shipping as well.
Okay, so that does count toward
It definitely counts toward it. It's just on a separate line, and it's shipped the 4th day of every month, period.
I see.
And when they run out, because this is one of those deals where he hand does it. When they're out, they're out. I mean, I called my sister who, doesn't really do a whole lot of this stuff. And I'm like, no, you have got to do, I'm telling you, I don't ever call you and tell you you have got to do this. That's why, I mean, it's $100, but I think it's $100 very well spent for your body. Okay.
It'll be interesting for those of you after a year just to see all the changes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Now, anybody want a little more passion in their life? I should have known Deb would raise her hand. Yeah. So who knows about this product? This is a brand new product. Okay, so basically what this is, it comes out like it's an energy drink. Oh, if you're going to go do, workout and all this, but the bottom line is it's got something in it that helps your passion area. So, and just so you know, you get a sample of that today.
Yay!
Okay, so it's called the Ultimate Cardio Stick.
I can tell you something about that.
Okay, Jane, tell us something about it.
I don't know if you have trouble with essential fatty acids, EFAs, but if you do, like for example, I had my gallbladder taken out when I was in my teens. And so essential fatty acids are hard for me to do. The more, and this protocol I'm on, I have to take a lot of them. And Blake Graham pointed out to me, if you don't want to get nauseated on EFAs, take the cardio and to stop that, and it does. So it's a really good little tidbit for those that have trouble with essential fatty acids. Because if you don't have a gallbladder, you've got a little bit of a challenge there.
We have a brand new
I love that
protein drink. Now, who has good balance? Rick, you have good balance. In the kitchen is a tray of protein drinks. Would you mind bringing those in?
Do we have enough?
Yeah. Why do you like, where is that coming from?
Steve.
Okay, Steve, if you're bored, you can leave.
No, he's listening to you, but it's the stream is fine.
Okay, so let's take, this is what I know about this. Number one, Longevity has 2 protein drinks. One is Slender FX, and they hired the #1 protein dude in the world to formulate it because they just reformed. Before I thought, well, let's see. I can't quite turn this off, so it wasn't Whey. Now it's Whey. They hired this guy, and it's a fantastic product. Now we just bought this division, and I got to tell you, everybody tells me it's amazing. So if you'd pass that around, let everybody have one, Rick.
What is it called?
It is, the company name is Stay Natural, and it has Tell us.
Or that's 24 grams of protein.
24 grams of protein, very little calories. I haven't tasted it. I want to taste it too.
Oh, just 6 grams of sugar.
Only 6 grams of sugar.
And it's
But-
got 3 grams of fiber and 7 grams of carbohydrate.
Everybody that tasted this told me that it was the best tasting protein drink they'd ever had. So I drink. I'm anxious. What do you think, Eric? Think it's good or?
Is it a meal replacement?
It is a meal
full
replacement.
meal replacement. But it tastes like
It is good.
alcohol. And it isn't chalky.
Huh.
It tastes good, huh?
It is good. Kind of tastes like chocolate milk on steroids.
Do we have enough?
So Victoria,
No, I
it's
think-
TMR. You can't read it.
Total meal replacement.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. All right.
Just go to Stay Natural and buy either
The
chocolate.
brand
or-
is Stay Natural.
What's the other?
Vanilla
Flavor?
bean.
So
Okay.
does this help you lose weight?
Yes.
Well, if you only drank and didn't
With
eat, you're
the
going to lose
protein.
weight.
Yeah, so protein ups your
Oh,
metabolism.
that's delicious.
Isn't it?
This
Oh,
is just the meal replacement. There's nothing else in there but water.
nothing else in there but water. I do hear some people have used almond milk.
Oh, it's really good with milk and it's good with water. I do both.
Oh, that's
Who knows about this? Is one of my favorite products. De-stress. Now, I'm not saying anything about men or women, but you know how women are, and men have a tendency occasionally to have a little anger. All I can tell you is I gave this to my girlfriend. She said, "Oh my God, I want to order 12 bottles." She said, "I gave this to my husband. He isn't angry anymore." So I'm just telling you, it's full of bees and it helps us all deal with stress. And there isn't a one person in here I can imagine that doesn't have some stress in their life. And you do 4 a day. It's one of the only products that we do that many, but it is a terrific product. So it's something you might want to consider. Super light to de-stress. Who knows about root beer belly? Amy, okay, let's give Amy some. Amy, tell us about root beer belly.
So I like these, my kids like these, best probiotics. I mean, they're amazing. And one of my kids who's out there on the deck right now is having severe antibiotic allergies. So these have become something we definitely stock up on, and they're better than yogurts. They have all the enzymes in them. They're, I mean, truly the best. And they taste good.
They
and they right on your
taste
tongue.
great. And they love it. My little grandbabies are like birds.
Yes.
You know, they open their mouth. They can't wait to get it.
Exactly.
Because, you know, I think it tastes like creme brulee. Is there anybody in here that hasn't had one?
Oh, they're really.
Well, the good news is in your packet, you get some of these too.
And I don't know if you have the watermelon sprinkles up there or not, but
I-
kids love those too.
And the watermelon
Yes.
sprinkles.
Same thing.
What do you put it on? Just yogurt or?
No, you just take it, open it up, and sprinkle it in your mouth. Put it in your mouth,
Nice, okay.
and it tastes. I think it tastes like creme brulee. Everybody else says root beer belly, but I like creme brulee. So,
So kids should have it when.
oh, this
Every day.
this is every day.
Every day.
This is every day.
It's, yeah.
It's for
And this,
kids.
I do this to my grandbabies every day. Both of these
Yeah.
when I see them. This is also a pre and a probiotic, and minerals and vitamins. This is a probiotic, a pre and probiotic. But the cool thing about this is micro encapsulated. It has 10 billion probiotics, but because it's micro encapsulated, you have acid in your system. So it guarantees to get 5 billion into your tummy because of the way the process that we do it in. And it tastes great. You know what? People that are tough sells, tough to get them in your business. I just say, hey, try this. And they like this, they start on this and then go from there. So that's just one.
Kids and adults?
It's one little packet.
For kids and adults?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's, yeah, absolutely.
I
Yeah.
have a question.
Yes.
Do you think the cherry mints is better for the kids or that watermelon stuff? What should we give our kids?
Well,
My kids will take the sprinkles out of it.
they, nothing wrong. I mean, the cherry men's is just minerals. So there's nothing wrong with giving them a little minerals, a little extra minerals. I mean, we're also mineral deficient from our soil. Now, what I do though is I put the minerals in the Z. I don't do the cherry men's. Now, cherry men's is one of Hank's favorite, and most people like cherry men's. I personally buy the one that tastes like dirty socks, which is this plant-derived minerals. And Iggy's always, it's not that bad. I think it's bad. But so I just pour it in plant-derived and Z-Radical. Z-Radical hides anything that you don't like to taste. It is strong enough and tasty enough that it hides it. Has anybody in this room not tasted Z Radical? Well, we got samples for you. In a little bit, we're going to bring those trays out, and we'll give you Z Radical. Okay. But yeah, I give my grandbaby Z Radical with a little bit of plant-derived minerals, and I give them the relic, and I give them the sprinkles. So, okay. Anybody use this laundry detergent? Now I got to tell you, I didn't try this for a long time, but I'm one of these people that has a really sensitive body to everything. And honest to goodness, this stuff is fantastic. It's inexpensive. It's very concentrated. So before you buy, want it Tide or something that's got all the phosphates and all the crap in it. I mean, and for us that live up here in a well, you don't want all that bad stuff in your system either. It is fantastic. I haven't seen anybody that has any kind of reaction to their skin or anything. Babies, they say, I don't want to say a brand, but there's a brand that they always tout for babies.
Yes.
Check it out, baby. It has got the worst stuff in it you can ever imagine. Do this instead.
Does it take out the baby stains?
It's like $8 or something. And it's thick. Oh yeah, you just need like a half of this thing right here.
Because our son gets eczema, and I was thinking,
Oh, this is perfect for him.
maybe it's the detergent.
Yeah, I would try this.
There's no fillers in it. All the other detergents have fillers in it. This is a concentrate, and for people with allergies or sensitive skin or anything,
Yeah.
because those fillers are what messes with the skin and the perfumes. We
Lori.
don't have those.
Lori, you go over this and give that to this Lori.
And what is it called?
It's full.
Yeah, you need to say that.
It's the Hydro Wash.
Hydro wash?
We want him to try that. It's like, I'm telling you, it is, I buy it by the, 4 in a case, and I usually have 12 bottles on hand because, well, we do a lot of laundry here. But I give it to my kids because I want them to do their babies in it, with their clothes versus having all, it's amazing the makeup that you put on your face that has all the chemicals and stuff, things like, the detergents you use, all that stuff makes a big difference in your health. Let's see what else we have here. Anybody excited at all
That's so nice.
about essential oils?
Yes.
Love it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is one of the kits that you can get.
With the
They
label.
also have a special bottles to protect them.
Yeah. Okay, so tell us, Amy, tell us about oils, and Jane
I'm
can tell
not
us.
an expert, but I love them. I love using them. I think we have some of the best on the market. So you see all
We do.
the other people out there touting their stuff. I really think that we have a superior product, honestly. And they're amazing. They have so many nice blends as well as just kind of the pure products and the different flavors and essential oils. And they have really great concoctions they blend together for various purposes, and they're awesome as well. So
And ours are medicinal grade. You need 1 drop. 1 drop, no more than 2. If you do, because this is good. More would be better, right?
Right.
Of course, none of us think like that, right? So one day the girl says to me, because Trauma is the most expensive oil we have. I think it's $75. But most of them are 16, 20, 25, that kind of.
very reasonable.
And very reasonably priced, especially because they're medicinal grade, so forth. Most of them come out of France. And so I said, girl, I don't know. I don't notice anything like, I had this knee problem. I don't notice anything with the trauma. She goes, well, how much you put on? I said, well, just smear it on there. And she says, no, Victoria, you want 1 drop or 2 drops. If you put more, it does just the opposite. Okay. So the good news is it's going to last you a long time. Okay. And you don't need much. Cypress is fantastic for varicose veins, for circulation. Blood sugar. This is a great story. If you put dill on the inside and coriander on the outside of the ankles, it will help with neuropathy. It helps balance the blood sugar. Again, it doesn't. The body somehow reacts to that, knows how to line right up, and it does what it needs to do, right? They have a new book out that they just made. It's $45. And so you can get it on White Team Tools. You can get it on drjwallach.com. And this book is a fantastic reference. I laid it out here if anybody.
Can you say that out loud so the people on the Google Hangout can hear that? The name of the book?
Yeah, the name of the book is Foundational Aromatherapy. by Leanne King and Brenda Wright. So I highly
on the screen. I don't know if that keeps her from being able to.
Brenda or Becky, are we still on? Becky?
She might have taken a break. Take it.
No. Becky doesn't take a break.
That's what happened once before, but then she came.
But no, all that means is that she's there. We're still running. Becky, you're there, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I was just gonna run downstairs and get some polymers.
Yeah, not a problem. All that does is like, if I have a guest speaker on, I can do my picture instead of me.
Yes.
The other day I started to cough. I've had this cough thing, and I put a picture of me on versus me so I could go get a Kleenex and stuff real quick. So that's why, but we're still rocking and rolling.
Yeah, it's all good. Yep.
Pornography, dill on the inside and what on
And
the
coriander on the outside.
Coriander.
And I got to tell you, Iggy said he could not believe in one day 75% improvement for
It's
him.
amazing.
On your ankles.
All that stuff
On the
works on your
ankles.
ankles. Dill on the inside, coriander on the out.
Yeah, and then the ones we use, the ones we use, now I want Jane to tell what she used. You use what, myrrh on your for thyroid?
To help balance my thyroid, you do myrrh just on your thyroid. And then Raven Sarah is very good for lung health. And if you tackle it from the feet up, it's really good to treat or to really support your lungs through your feet. So Raven Sarah is a really good one for respiratory.
Okay, that first defense, I just got some of my first bottles. I'm just now starting to get into the oils. And when I got the card, it said that you needed a carrier.
A carrier is like grapeseed, or you could use the CM cream. It's
Right.
just where, it helps blend it and it helps absorption. But our oils are the only pure essential oils. And essential oils get to the molecular level of your cell. And so they're very powerful. You don't need much. And we're the only one in the United States that has that.
Yeah, we're the only ones that are.
Water to dilute it? It doesn't.
No,
You don't want to
like-
dilute.
Get the oil that's on the thing on the essential oil website.
Right, grapeseed oil, something like that.
The grapeseed and other oils you can buy.
Grapeseed or
And you
jojoba.
get special bottles, you can mix little pieces with the oil. You can get them on Amazon or whatever, the blue bottles or the amber bottles to protect it, its integrity.
So what do I do in the meantime if I need to use it now?
Just use it straight.
Okay. it just-
We put the dill and the coriander on straight.
Right.
We put the cypress on straight. Ourselves,
The
but
defense is real strong. You think
Right.
I can
But
just put
you-
like a drop on my
One
bottom?
drop, and you do it on the big toe and then massage down.
Okay.
you know what
I
else?
started in the big
What
toe.
about coconut oil? There's a lot of oils you can mix with coconut.
You could mix it with coconut oil. I don't see any reason you
A,
couldn't.
a
Could you, Jane?
carrier will help that go farther.
What about the new Levision
And that,
tin cream?
and that's good too.
With-
I use the Lavinity pain cream with trauma in it. That's a good. I personally like that one a little better than, but those are your choices. You can do the CM cream, which
We
by
have
the way is
great
out of stock right now,
Pain creams.
and a lot of people are just like scammering like crazy to get it. But that Lavinity pain cream is, I think, the best they have. I mean, it smells good, it feels good, takes away those aches and pains.
Okay, now that you mentioned Lavinity, I've got a request. I mean, a major request. Lavinity products are phenomenal, and they're doing a huge closeout on them right now. There is one product that I take religiously that after being on it just a few days, it brought the feeling back in my fingers that I had not had in years because of discs in my neck. And I had taken that for 2 days and I got the feeling back in my fingers.
What is the product?
Neurolift. It's Neurolift, and it is phenomenal. So what we have to do is promote it
Yeah.
somehow so they don't get rid of it.
So I can tell you how that works. If the company doesn't sell so many bottles of something, in that case, 250 bottles a month, then it goes on the discontinued list. But about 6 months ago, they came up with, and they only do it a few times a year, but there was this list that was like 12 inches long of the discontinued. Out of that, there were like 4 major good products. So a bunch of us leaders got together and we just told every leader to tell their teams, get that on there, get that on every call. We
Yeah.
promoted it on every single longevity call. And guess what happened? all these orders went up, and now all those products were saved. And that's what it's going to take.
And that's what it's going to take. And some of us are starting to even share it on Facebook. I put something
Good.
on there. There's another gal that has, I have no clue what it is, but her whole body is swollen. And I mean, she had done everything, and she actually got on one of the NeuroLift, the Divinity products, and I forget which one it is. Maybe it's more than one. But she is just begging that it doesn't go away either. So, you know, we need to really pull together. Dr. What's his name? Litton is the one who told Amy to tell me to try the NeuroLift, and you know, through Divinity. And I'm telling you, within 2 days, I thought, wow, you know, whoa. And that's the only thing, that product, along with everything else that I'm doing with my protocol, is phenomenal. So if you know anybody that's diabetic and they have the nerve ending stuff, that NeuroLift works. But you just have to promote it. And a lot of people may not know about it.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you. CM, who knows?
Say one thing before we go on. For anybody who's interested in getting into the essential oils, you can obviously do it as like the starter pack and get the whole kit that she showed you. But they also have a monthly aroma share program where for $50 on your auto ship, and it changes every month. They have a theme, kind of like the 12 temple thing, but different.
Yeah.
You get 2 or 3 bottles at a discount.
At a discounted price.
It's for $50 flat.
Yeah.
And that way you can slowly build up your collection if you don't want it. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing.
The other nice thing about that is it's $50 flat. It's $50 QV
Yes,
too.
it is.
Because usually the QV is a little few points less.
oh yeah.
And as you know, for EMD, you have to have your own personal volume, but then you have to have, you know, people underneath you. RMD, you got to have 350s. EMD, executive marketing director, you have to have 3 100s. So it helps that it's a 50 flat kind of thing. So yeah, that aroma club is a great
So
club.
they send you,
And I got to tell you, the essential oils are fantastic.
they send you different oils.
Every month.
They have a theme. It's like 2 or 3
And
bottles.
yeah, and you get a little card and recipes, and it's regardless of what it costs, how much it is, it's only flat 50 regardless. So generally speaking, one month it was $90 we would have had to pay, and we only had to pay 50.
January, I think. Was
Yeah, it was really a home run on that month.
That was my next question. Do you get those expensive ones in that ship?
Well, not trauma.
Well, you don't get trauma.
But
Yeah.
you get, I mean, over the course of the year, you'll have most of them.
Wow.
Exactly. Yes, dear.
Okay, I gotta get a lot more distributors because I've got a lot of new products.
Exactly. Yes, Eric.
That's why you can.
We don't have to do it right now, but who would be the best person to talk to about our oils versus, we know a handful of people that are just sold out on the other competitor Clean Living, and they just, well, ours is the best. And when I say, well, ours is the best, well, why? So.
Okay, there's, well, number one, the first question I'd ask them, if they're in it for the business, is, gee, how many times is I'm just curious, could you check and see how many times your comp plan has changed? I happen to, one of my good friends is in that company, and it's a good company. But every time she gets up to like 20 grand, they cut her pay, and now she's at 10. Every time she gets back up to 15, they cut her pay, and now she's back down. So if you look at the history, their pay plan has a tendency to change. That's big, okay? Well, she had to probably call someone that has been there a while that can get into that. The other thing is, I would sincerely ask her to do some research and find out if indeed there's some oils from that company that are cut with formaldehyde.
There's been some testing that's been, I've seen some articles recently that are not very favorable for those companies and things they found.
Yeah.
I don't know how ours compare though exactly, but
I can just tell you that I have a girl that was making a lot of money and quit from an integrity standpoint. Now, you never badmouth another company.
Right.
Okay, that's the basics, because you know what? Everybody's got to make their own choice. But a marketing plan is a marketing plan. It's pretty hard to beat our marketing plan. Okay, our pay plan is a pretty difficult thing, and they don't like take your money away. You know, this is the company that if your paycheck at Christmas time is on Tuesday, they literally will write the checks and send them or put them in your account on Friday instead of Tuesday, just because they think you might need the money for Christmas.
This also too, not this past convention, but the convention before I just moved and they mailed it to my old address and I went and got it on time. So they overnighted me another check without even getting that would be it. I mean, that's how awesome.
Longevity goes, I'm telling you, you know, I had a call one day, Iggy and I, and this guy said, CEO of the company, he goes, I will pay you a lot of money to come to our company. And I will give you, a huge signing bonus, and I will give you $1 million line if you come to our company. I didn't even bother going through the rest of the conversation. I said, I feel so blessed and honored that you would ask this. I said, but I gotta tell you, you couldn't move me, wild horses couldn't blow me out of here, because I love longevity. The minute Iggy and I, we went to California and we interviewed them before we brought our teams over. And when I found out that Doc Wallach sued the FDA 8 times out of his own money to the tune of $8 million, just because it was the right thing to do, I'm like, I'm in. Okay, I'm in. How could you not want to be with someone like that, who is a crusader, who will stand up against all the odds? 1 second, honey. It gives me chills. This man has undergone, Doc Wallach, more BS from people from around the world. And you can see some of the stuff that's on the internet, some negative stuff about him, but you know what? It always comes out. Just like 40 years ago, he was fired when he said, cystic fibrosis, it's a selenium deficiency. It's got this. They fired him, right? Because there's no money in that. If you tell the story, there's no money, right? So 40 years later, he's now getting a global award for it, right? And where people flew in from all over the world to give him this award. And all the things that he said years and years and years ago, do not do statin drugs. If you've got anybody on whatever medication, if they're on statin drugs poison the liver, get them off. And there's no positives about statin drugs.
Yes, Grandpa's on it.
All the stuff that they talk about with statins is all about pharmaceutical companies making the buck. Okay? He said it, and now guess what? Mayo Clinic's now saying it. Other big places are now saying that that's what's happening. They're now proving that. Okay? So Doc, it may take a while, and he's so strong. This guy's what? He's like Deb. He's like 5 foot tall or something. 5'2". He's a teeny little guy. He has got more power. He was special forces in the Air Force. This guy's got an amazing background. He's a pathologist. He's a scientist. He's a doctor. Who do you know that has that kind of background? He's written at least 75 medical papers that have been published. He's got like 14 books that he's written. Okay, he has discovered things that no one else has ever even thought about. When he says he eats salt, everybody's like, are you kidding me? Oh, no. Who do you know in your family? I know when we go out with I wouldn't have that salt. I have that low, what's that called? Low sodium salt. Oh, I have to have the low sodium salt. No, you got to have, I didn't know myself. I use salt. I never used salt for 30 years, right? And I'm with Dr. Glenn. We're at dinner one night, and Dr. Glenn's ordering this big steak, and he's got salt. Oh, I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, Victoria, if you don't do salt, you don't digest. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. You learn so much from Dr. Wallach and Dr. Glenn and all these superstars of our company. They think outside the box. Okay? This company, it doesn't fit everybody, because not everybody's going to give a crap about nutrition. A lot of people don't care until they're darn near dead, dying, or got some major deal. You know what? And we can help them. Doc has proven we can help them, but it's a lot easier if you start before the game instead of after the game.
So
right?
with the salt, do you need the iodine, or do you do sea salt?
I use the Himalayan sea salt myself, but I gotta tell you, I got to do an iodine thing because I gotta have the iodine for Iggy. Go ahead.
We were talking about how fabulous this guy is and so forth. First time I met him was up in Detroit, I guess.
Yeah.
I had just flown in from Alaska, and I was on 3 different flights on a plane for all day, and I'm standing there talking to Victoria at the check-in counter, and I said, God, I get these cramps in my legs, and I didn't realize Doc was standing behind me. You can't see the guy. But about 10 minutes after we got in this room, here's this banging on the door, and I open it up, and there's Doc, and he says, here, take these for your cramps, and walks off. This man not only deals with thousands of people, he cares about every one of them.
Yeah.
Every one of them. I mean, when's the last time a doctor came to your house for a visit? When's the first time? You know, they don't do that.
But when does he tell you what to take and doesn't charge you?
Yeah, and you could, that's true. We can
Yeah.
call Doc Monday through Friday. Every client can call Doc Monday through Friday for free and tell them their story. Now, I know it's on YouTube, but I'm going to give you a little hint. He's a AAA personality. Do not call up and say, "Hi, this is Carolyn. I'm so glad that Eric told me to call you." And you, because women are gatherers of information, right? Be a man on this deal. Okay, cut to the chase. Do not give any extraneous information or he will cut you off the knees. Okay, because he wants to get a lot more people in that he can tell right then. You know, if they hang on for an hour and they don't get that, they don't get an opportunity to ask him what's wrong, he feels that's a failure, that he could have maybe saved somebody's life. Okay, so he is in this every day, 24/7. So they get on, and I always use kind of the 8-second rule. You talk for 8 seconds. That's all I'm allowing you. And I had a girl one day call me, and she goes, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you told me that. The girl before me started on and on and on." And she said he cut her off at the knees. And she said, "I got on, I did exactly what you told me. Hi, this is Carolyn, I have diabetes." And I shut up. And that's what you want to do, because he'll ask you the questions. But don't start the conversation like you generally would, all of us would.
You have that number that information.
It's in your book, sweetheart.
Yay!
So I get, yes, Lynn.
Will that Z radical get grandpa off the statins?
Well, okay, first of all, the body has to heal itself, but cholesterol, it has been known in studies to assist with the cholesterol, yes. However, cholesterol is a real misnomer too, because Doc believes, you know, they give us these statin drugs to lower our cholesterol. Something like 80% of the brain is cholesterol. We have to have cholesterol. A woman, Dr. Glidden said to me one day, a woman that is 50 years old that has a cholesterol of 300 will live 10 years longer. It's all, you know how we're told don't eat salt? Cholesterol is the same thing.
Right.
So if I were you, I'd go on zteamlive.com and I'd look for the different things, different sessions that I've given where I've interviewed somebody on cholesterol. Dr. Glidden was one, and that was one of my number one things I talked to him about was, "Doc, you hear all this about cholesterol? What do you really need?" You know, and he goes through the cholesterol thing. But, and you know, Doc always says, you know, of course, none of us are doctors. He's the only doctor. He's the only one that can prescribe. Right? So, I'm sorry? Oh.
Different kind of doctor.
Okay.
Juris.
Okay. What are you doctor of?
Juris doctor.
Jurist, your attorney thing? Yeah. No. Okay, so let's talk for a minute about CM capsules. There's CM Plus and CM. Fantastic for inflammation. Been lots of studies, I beg your pardon? Reducing inflammation.
And the liquid glucose gel plus.
And, God, I feel like I just had this. Glucogel is one of our best products as well.
The liquid dose.
But we always do the liquid. Now, I will tell you, if you notice, all the packs show the pills. But they do that because, just a second, Tammy, because the pills, most people will not do something that doesn't taste that good. The glucogel liquid is like 75% more powerful, but most people will not go there. But you can put it in your zine, you don't taste it. But Tammy wants to say something about the inflammation. Give us some more
I
input.
learned at convention from Sanjeev, I believe, that the liquid glucose gel is more for the inflammation than the building, like the capsules.
So we recommend that people do a combination, but I will tell you if you, so just do a combination is your best way to do it. But Doc believes that most people will only do the pills because he says that, I mean, I don't know if you, I can open some and you guys can taste it if you want. We do it, but again, you got to pour it in the Z. To me, that's.
See, I don't mind the taste.
You don't?
No.
I don't either.
Oh man, you guys are good.
You make great smoothies.
Okay, how about this product? Who knows about this?
What is that?
Sweeties, one of our big products for what? Diabetes.
Diabetes.
Blood
It's
sugar.
basically got chromium and vanadium in it.
Yep.
And it's really interesting. One of my people called me yesterday. He's been starting off on his nutrition, the Z, the 90s, but he's diabetic. And he went for blood work. This was this past week. It's only been 7 days he's been adding the sweeties into his meal and slacking off on everything else. The doctor expected the numbers to be over 1,000. It was 200. And then on the urine analysis, they expected it to, they did it a week ago, it was 200 for the urine analysis, and it was barely measurable in 7 days. And it's chromium vanadium is the pancreas. And basically, when you take it before your meals, it allows your pancreas not only to strengthen, but to measure out the amount of insulin more effectively.
And aren't you supposed to take it exactly like
30 minutes before, and I will tell you, when Iggy did it with his meals, nothing happened. When he did it 30 minutes before, it was night and day. Fucoidan is to Z-radical as selenium is to minerals, in my opinion. Selenium is one of the most powerful minerals you will ever take, and I believe personally, there's all, for me, the basics, Healthy Start Pack, Z-radical, right? Selenium is an absolute basic that everybody should be on. There is a great CD. One of the people on our scientific board, his name is Dr. Gerhard Schweizer, and he is the #1 person in the world on selenium. There, we have selenium CDs. If you don't have one, I'll gift you one. Okay, it is a phenomenal CD. It's also all over the internet and stuff as well. But you hear about all these kids, right? And they're active, and they're playing basketball or they're doing soccer or whatever, and all of a sudden they get cardiomyopathy. I'm coming to the house here one day, and there's a commercial on here, and it says, the #1 reason kids die in high school today is that they die from cardiomyopathy. Please give so we can have heart arresters in all the schools. And I just got so irritated. I'm like, no, educate them about why they have that. And Doc believes that cardiomyopathy is selenium deficiency. So what happens is we're getting all these kids out there, or, we have Diane back here who owns a fitness center. People go out, they do all this exercise, and they don't give their body the minerals and nutrients. They think they're sweating out water. They're not. They're sweating out the little bit of minerals and vitamins they get.
I'm sorry, I have to say something.
Go ahead.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Kim.
I know. Hello, isn't there an issue here? They need those in the schools. What is wrong with this picture? I mean, come on.
It's true. That's why someone like your kid is going to be ahead of the ball game, because you understand about minerals and vitamins, and you feed her organic, and you give her the things that she needs.
She already tells everyone in school about. She just graduated from kindergarten, and she stood up, and they wouldn't let her say, I want to be just like Dr. Wally. So she said, I want to be a businesswoman and help everyone get healthy. Health is really important.
And she's how old? 6? She's a little dynamo. That's probably who you hear out there right now.
I don't know. No, I hear them having fun, and I love it.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we have 2 new hormonal products. One for men, one for women. Zero Fem and Zero Test. It comes in a bottle like your Immortalium, but it's great for the hormones. Okay. Now, we also have, to balance out guys with their testosterone and balance out us with all our stuff that's going crazy wild. Not that we would ever go crazy or wild. It'd be emotional, right?
No,
never. Anyway, I heard a real loud never from Iggy over there. So hot chocolate, and we've got it out there if anybody hasn't tasted it. Why is our hot chocolate different? Has a medicinal mushroom in it. So it's really healthy for you. You can make it with milk or you can make it with water. Either one.
How much is it?
It comes in a canister, which is cheaper, or it comes in these packets. I think the packets are like $2 a piece, but the canister is a lot cheaper. The canister is always going to be your cheapest way. When they have to individually pack everything, obviously the cost has to go up. We're getting Z-radical packs. Okay, it's going to be a pretty pricey thing because you got the fucoidan, which is more expensive than cocaine. Literally. And then you've got to package each one individually. Okay, so that's a scoop on that. Feel free to try that. We have got a brand new mask. That's what I was looking for. It's like the crushed pearl. Now this is what I did. This was just my idea. This is a 4-pack. If you buy them in the 4-pack, and they're really cool, they go on with this brush and your whole face looks gold. Like, you know, like you'd see on TV or something. It's crushed pearl, it's supposed to be great for you. And there's 4 of them in this box. If you buy one, it's like $50, but if you buy 4, it's $100. So what I did was I bought 4. I went to Dollar Tree. Take this off YouTube. I went to Dollar Tree and bought other brushes, and then, you know, for $1. And then I'm going to take each one, like for Mother's Days, for Christmas, for birthdays. I'm going to give these amazing gifts here for $25. And there's 4 of them in here. Then, see how this thing opens. Okay, here, open. Sure. I got it screwed up. Okay, so this, our mineral makeup division, I can just tell you very quickly, there are complete trainings on the mineral makeup on zteamlive.com. If anybody calls me and asks me, I say, go on there and listen, call me with questions. They won't have questions because Michelle Wallach does all the answers. This is the kit that you can buy, the CEO kit. But you can buy everything individually. We have towers, and you know, if anybody wants to do a mineral makeup party, I've got all the stuff. You can certainly do it. Just like I've got all the banners and all that kind of stuff. If you want to do a farmer's market or whatever kind of deal you want to do. But the difference between our makeup and any other makeup, we don't test it on animals. It has no fillers whatsoever. It's very, very pure.
Made with essential oils.
It's what?
Made with essential oils. It's natural.
Made with essential oils, natural. It is great for you. Has no stuff. Everybody loves it. Okay, now if you're interested in making lots of money, you'd have to take that on like as a full-time thing and do parties and stuff. So for me personally, I just do the basics. I sell nutrition. I sell a hope of having an amazing income. Okay, and then once they get in, then they do things like, oh, I want to try the hydro wash, okay, for my clothes. Oh, I want to try the makeup. Because you'd have to sell, our makeup lasts 6 months. You have to sell a lot of makeup in order to keep that going, right? So personally, you don't ever hear me talk that. Okay, that's just my theory. There's other people that do it and do parties and stuff, and that's cool. But my theory is I want you to make money. Because if you're making money, you're happy. Statistics will show if you're making at least $300 a month, you will stay in this business. Okay? I want you to make thousands of dollars a month if that's what you want. And the good thing is we're willing to help you do that. Now, what I think we have gone, I knew this would end up with more product than, we have a whole other section to go through. I would like to take about a 6-minute break. So I have to run to the ladies' room and get up and stretch, get some nuts, get more power drink. There's BTT out there. There's pollen burst. There's Z Radical. Go have the Z Radical's already poured. Scotia and Steve did that this morning and made you a protein drink. We want to thank you for that, having that ready. So go have some of that real quick, and then we'll convene here in just a few minutes. Thank you, Lori, for being Vanna White. You did a great job.
There you go.
Thank you. This is Gary. I think
Can you hear me, Victor?
I left.
I thought it was just the
I just took a leave out. For 2 months, I said, well, the program's still going. Focus on this. Well, yeah. There'll be some time lag, because it takes months to grade it, months to,
Up to the water into the Good to meet you. Heard a lot about you. I mean, there, you don't know who I am. So you're now Snowbird Explorer, right? Still don't drink it. I thought, didn't you bring? Still don't drink enough water. Okay, maybe yes. I thought you said you used to live by the other way around, and I just I live over by the park. Okay, yeah, gotcha. That's just to I'll talk to you some more, especially if you didn't within 6 weeks or so. Yeah. You gotta go out?
Is that where you're at?
Oh,
Actually, it's born and raised in that area and graduated out of yeah.
Is that where you live right now?
No, it's 2000.
You know, it's amazing. Everybody
Yeah.
I talk to.
Yeah, it's right. It's really
correct.
Is she going to be talking about, I was going to say, people can make a business on the coffee. People can make a business.
No, an EMD, an RFD gets $15 per person, and EMD get $35 per person. Then an SEMD gets about $100.
How do I get more of this?
That's wonderful.
Because it does so much good.
That's great.
Let's see, you got, yeah, all you need is $1,000 for EMD.
It's really interesting. There's so much.
There is.
It's great.
Yeah, the minute you get to EMD is the minute you get 35 in coding. The day you make that particular rank is the day you get paid. Well, this is the deal. An RMD has 150 points personal and 3 people underneath them with at least 50 points. An EMD has 200 points personal, and they have to have 3 people underneath them with at least 100, and this is QB, and they must have 1,000 group volume. That's the kicker on that one, the 1,000 group volume. So you couldn't just put in yourself and have 3 100s. You'd have to have more. Oh yeah, you're automatic. Automatic EMD. Okay, I'm doing a Google Hangout right now, which it was what I called it the other day. Anyway, we'll talk after this, and it's recorded, and it's a complete training on everything, products, everything. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Not gonna lie, girl. Love you too. I need somebody that knows something about computers. We were in and it was up here, and now it's not up there. Maybe it's this cord, maybe this cord, maybe it's this cord. Okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, tell everybody to come back.
I was so helpful.
What? Oh, well, sometimes, you know, this gal works for me, and every time she walks in the room, I can't find something, I'll say, where is this? And then she comes in and I find it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll get everybody back in. Okay, time to come back in.
You're doing great, Victoria. It's awesome. Your poor voice hangs in there. Jeez.
My voice is about not ready to hang in there, I can tell you. With
Yeah.
this cold I've had.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted to take a... Dale, would you do me a huge favor? Would you go in there and get me some Z-Radical? Like pour a couple of them together. Yeah, I need quite a bit. Okay.
You know, that stuff's so good. I love it.
Well, that gave them a quick...
This is very, very informative.
Good. Now we're gonna have to run over, Becky. I hope that's okay. Because
It's
we didn't,
okay. Yeah, it's fine. No worries at all.
since we didn't start till late, we're...
I know. Is that crazy? Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you so much, honey.
It's really fun doing the whole interactive thing where like people we're telling their stories and stuff. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, they did a
That's a fun idea.
They're all, but can you tell? I've told you before. They're all heart centered. They're all healers. This group is. That's the only kind of people that come to me are people that really want to change the world, help the world.
It's really fun to see too, like that Scotia. I see her online and stuff, and so it's fun to see what they actually look like and stuff. That's cool.
Cool. But now, what?
Take too much gold and silver.
You would. I saw a guy that literally did turn blue.
Yeah.
And I'm big on colloidal silver, which reminds me, I got to do a couple more quick products, and then we're andale. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yep.
That's unreal.
What are you talking about, girlfriend?
Her age, I said that's unreal.
Yeah. Oh, I'm telling you, is she awesome?
I'm like, what is
She looks just like Superwoman. I'm telling you, she takes all our products. She is big on our products, man. I'm telling you.
And I'm good on
Hi,
phone,
honey.
darn it.
You look great. Oh, give me a nut.
So if you tell me what's going on.
Yeah. It is so good to have you here. I'll tell you, you're such a hoot. And fluid, when you gave your talk, it's like to Deb. You're just,
Thank you.
you're just unbelievable.
You knew I quit smoking, right?
I didn't know you quit smoking. Congratulations.
After 45 years.
Now what? You're on YouTube.
Oh, huh? I am?
You're famous, honey.
Oh, so I know what you're getting ready to say. After 45 years. So good. We're good we didn't do that.
Mm-mm. But yeah, no, 3.5 months now.
I am impressed.
Yeah, I keep, I haven't.
That's what we're getting ready to go into.
Okay, good.
We just took, she's what?
Oh, she's tucking her thing.
Oh,
You want
oh,
those?
yeah.
I'll go get some more.
You
Yeah.
got viewers online too.
Good.
Oh, congratulations, it's wonderful.
Okay, guys, get your button gear. Let's go.
More
Of
training.
course.
So you might tip your camera back just a little, Victoria, so we see the top of your head just a little. Perfect. There we go. Beautiful.
We need to take that, Bob, take that phone out there, would you? Thank you, baby.
If you have, Victoria, if you have any lamps that's towards the back of your room, it's going to light your people up a lot better. We'll be able to see. You cannot see the back row at all. It's okay because they were coming forward, but if you just have something that's ready to go.
They said they didn't have makeup on. They didn't care.
I'm sure. If they were in the front row, they'd say that too.
Right. Okay, who are we missing here?
Hey.
Come on, guys.
This is the part you can't wait for. Lori, you here?
Yes.
Okay. We have spent a lot of time talking on products. We started a little later today than we said we were going to do. So I'm just going to tell you, we have a ton of information to cover. We're going to go a little later. Okay. Is there anybody in this room that has to leave at 1 o'clock? Okay. All right. So we are going to fast forward through as much as we can. I'm going to. So you absolutely totally drop dead, have to leave at 1. Okay. All right. So good. We got Lori till 1:30. See how that works? You just keep prying and you get. No. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's, in fact, somebody needs to go tell her we're going to run a little later. Okay.
Yeah, she's getting them tired. They're on.
Scotia, before you sit down, go hand out one of these to everybody, please. Okay. So you each are getting a piece of paper. And I don't want you to give this lots of thought. I want you to not, what's the word?
Think.
Yeah, don't overthink this. I asked somebody the other day, and I asked the same question, and the first response that someone gave me, and then they were a little nervous that they gave it to me. It's okay to give the answer that truly is in your heart. Do not write your name on this.
Does anyone have a pen?
Okay, so this is the question. What holds you back from doing this business? I mean, really doing this business that you're making 10 grand a month or whatever it is your desire is. What holds you back? Is it belief? Is it drive? Somebody said the other day, leadership. Somebody said, I'm afraid I won't be a good leader. Somebody told me the other day in confidence that he said, you know what? It must be laziness because I know I have all the stuff that I can do it.
Did we do more than once?
Anything that comes to your mind, anything and everything. What keeps you back from getting to what your real dream is? If you need to make $5,000 a month before somebody quits, or you need to make, 10,000 or 1,000 or 300, I don't care what it is. What holds you back? Because yes, we have had a lot of fun today. And yes, I hear all this excitement about the product. And yes, I hear, man, I need to make a lot more money because I'm going to buy some more of these products, right? Well, we're going to get to the root of why we don't do that. So now just write, no name, just write down the first couple of words that come to your mind. And then just turn them over and pass them to the end. And somebody volunteer to go pick them up. Good, Eric's picking them up. And then in your own notes, I want you to think about some of these questions. What are the things that you think you need to learn to be effective? And I got to tell you, the other thing I told you, that people that gravitate to our team, they're all anal. Every one of us love all the details. Man, we got to know it all before we do this. Well, I don't want to move forward. I got to know. What if they ask me a question? You're just a tour guide, okay? But in your mind, what are the things you think you need to know before you can be effective? And then the next part of this, do you really need to do that? When you really look at it, do you really need to do that? Do you think you have the ability to do this? If you don't, make yourself a little note. What are you willing to sacrifice? Where would you draw the line? Remember me telling you, I went into a long story about Dr. Ariaza earlier. I just think a lot of him. What do you think he sacrificed? For those first 2 years, he didn't go to his kids' soccer games. Exactly. He didn't go to any of their stuff, any of their game. No, we're not going to probably break until 1:30 or more. So don't plan on the salmon until, see me at 1 o'clock and we'll see where we're at. Okay. My question is about sacrifice. He sacrificed, he was working morning, noon, and night. Now he can go to all his kids' games. He can do whatever. He still does odd hours and works a lot, but that's his choice. Now he's moving into a thank you, $1 million home and is no longer broke. And maybe $1 million home doesn't do it for you, but maybe a farm that you can bring all these disadvantaged kids to. Or maybe it's that you can take care of your mom or your dad with any of the products they would need, right? Excuse me. Okay, how about, we know you love the products. Do you love the comp plan? If not, make yourself a note. We will address that. If you don't, I'm going to show you why you need to love it. Do you have a personal plan in writing? I can tell you this, if you do not have a personal plan in writing, you have got a darn good chance you are not going to get to your goal. I'm not saying there aren't miracles that happen. Excuse me. Because there are miracles that happen. But I will tell you, well, you know the old story. This is a true story about the guy that went to Yale. And when they were in Yale, and this was in the 1950s, everybody in that class was asked to write out their goals. Only 3% wrote out their goals. They came back, like, I don't know, it was 10 years ago, went back to those people in the 1950s, and those 3% that wrote down their goals, just the 3% outperformed all 97% of the others. Is it a big flipping deal to take 10 minutes? Right. It's a big deal to write it down. It's not a big deal for 10, 15, 20 minutes or even an hour. Right? We often will take things that seem so easy and we ignore them. One of the things that I teach, you hear me teach all the time, is about a flashcard. I'm telling you the power of the flashcard. I'm going to tell you real quick, and then I'm going to have Chris and Prop 2 off the top of his head tell me what his says. And I say you take this flashcard and you take 6 duplicates, okay? See, he's smart. He has it in his wallet. And you write the same thing down on 6 cards. And you have one posted to your computer, one by your nightstand, and whether you want, you don't have to say it out loud, but like Lori and Eric are in this together, so it's okay, you know, to say it out loud what their dreams are, right? You have one by your mirror where you put your makeup on, one in your car, right? One maybe in the, wherever you are hanging out, that's where you have those. Okay, and you have about 6 of them with the exact same words. And what does yours say, Chris?
Mine says,
loudly, please.
Type of people who come into our business.
We can't hear. I can't hear him.
Okay, so what he's saying is the people he is bringing in his business are self-starters, integrity,
long-term stick-to-itiveness.
Long-term stick-to-itiveness. That's a big one. If I were you, I'd put that one on there. Go ahead.
Committed.
Say it again.
Committed.
Committed.
Teachable.
Teachable.
Self-mastery.
Self-mastery.
Big financial desires, 6-figure income.
Big financial desires, 6-figure income. Notice he put what that was. At least a 6-figure income. Go ahead.
Sponsor up.
Sponsor up. What does sponsor up mean? Anybody know what sponsor up means?
Better than you.
That's right. That's it in a nutshell. Better than you. Like Chris just said, Eric and Lori. Okay? It really is. That's not a negative. That's a positive. You want people who are independent and say, baby, I get this and I am running. Okay. I noticed when I talked to Eric and Lori from the very first time, you know, I always go through some basics, and I'm thinking, this little voice in my head says, you know, I don't think you have to go through the basics with them. And so I asked him, he goes, oh yeah, we do that. Oh yeah, we do that. Oh yeah, she does that. Why? Because they get that. But bear in mind, most people work 9 to 5. Most people have jobs. They have bosses, and they're told when they can go pee, you know, when they can go to lunch, when they got to come back from lunch. I mean, that's just the way it is. So they're used to that. They're programmed for that. All right. We are looking for people. We want to help people is the bottom line. And if they're product users, that's great. Statistically, 80% of the people you'll bring in will be just product users, and that's great. And we are so grateful for them every month that they buy. There are people, this company's been in business 17 years. I've been on auto ship for 17 years. Why? Because exactly what she said, our products work. Okay. But when you do things like this flashcard, things like setting your intention every day, and the things we're going to flip through here, that's, if you are committed and you do the basics every day, that's when you're going to get to where you're going to get. If you write down, if you just say, I want to be SCMD, if you don't say, I want to be SCMD by June, how many days are in June?
30.
June 30th, 2015, 9 p.m. at night. I don't know how. I just know that I'm going to be. Okay. I am getting that car qualified bonus of $300. I don't know how. I just know it's coming. And I'm going to get it by June 30th, 2015. Okay. Writing it down. There's some kind of magic about writing it down. We're going to talk a little bit about thoughts and stuff too. We talked about that earlier. All that helps create your reality. And would you believe you deserve it? It is your divine right to have it all. Would you believe that?
Yes.
Okay. If you have any dislike about network marketing, write it down, because you'll be able to ask me questions, and we'll help. Everybody will help each other. What do you like about network marketing? Is it important to you to leave a legacy? Have you ever thought about that? Leaving a legacy? Do you own your own home? If not, would you like to? Well, what's it going to look like? Is it a 3-bedroom, 2-car garage? It is a 6-bedroom? Is it like just got a whole area to do healing work? You know, what does it look like?
Small house.
There we go. A small house with a garage. What color? How many bedrooms? You know, think it, know it, feel it.
Forget the small house.
Right. Like, Catherine, let's build a big one. With a, hey, that's the only way to go. Do you have enough money in the bank right now that if something happened, you would need to take 6 months off? Could you survive?
No.
Next question is, would you thrive? Well, most of you said in here, no, I couldn't survive. How about let's work on thrive? Forget the survive bull stuff.
You're on YouTube.
Right. Forget that. We want to thrive, not just survive, right? Close your eyes for a second and imagine, just imagine that perfect life. How would you feel financially? How would you feel emotionally? How would you feel physically? Where would you live? What would you drive? What's in your wardrobe? What is it that gets you excited every day? What's your spiritual life like? In your financial life, do you have lots of cash, precious metals, savings, everything paid for? What friends do you have around you? How are they with you? Are you planning a trip? Are you walking across stage at convention? And what are you wearing? What's your speech going to be like? What's your rank? And doesn't it feel cool to have that entire audience excited for you because you hit your goal? Doesn't that feel good? So you know what? Part of that is getting out of your box. So I want you to look in your paperwork, and you have a piece of paper that has a whole bunch of dots on it. You may or may not have done this before. It's a piece of paper. Everybody got their book. You didn't get a book, Rick? Oh, that's because you snuck in the back door. Jane, we need books back there.
Okay.
He's a thinker out of the boxer. He snuck in the back. And the first section is simple steps. Go past the clip part, and there's about 6 individual pieces of paper. You want the one that has a whole bunch of teeny dots on it. There it is. Oh, cool. Wow. And now I want you to, with four strokes, no more than 4 strokes, you were to connect every dot. So take that 9, you have dot, 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 right?
Without crossing, right?
You can cross. You cannot move the pen from the paper, and you must actually go through. You can only do it with 4 strokes, not moving the pen, but connect every single dot.
You can cross over, not retrace.
You can cross over, yeah. You can, you just got to connect every dot.
4 lines don't lift your pen.
Exactly, that's right.
Where is
Try that for a couple minutes. Here's one, honey.
Hey, Victoria.
Yeah.
While they're doing that, we should give a shout out to Cindy Paris. She's watching your show right now. And she's saying she loves being on the Super Saturday with us, loves to be able to see what we're doing, and you are just the greatest. So.
Oh, super. Did you hear that, Chris?
Yep.
Woohoo!
Yay, Cindy.
One of Chris's superstars, and we're thrilled to have her on.
Yes.
Okay, so now you're looking at you think, what the heck? How does that work? I haven't even done this before, and I had to keep thinking about it. So you know what? Okay, so we can't spend too much time on this, so let's put our attention forward and read it. The trick is to connect all 4 dots. Seems impossible, right? Well, here's the explanation. How to solve the 9 dots. If you try to solve a box with
bring up a little to see it, Victoria.
Okay. You can see it?
Only the bottom part of it, the bottom 3 rows. You have to tip it up a little bit.
Yes. It's all about the boundaries. If you think outside the box, you're going to get it. Yeah. Do you want me to lower the screen?
Tip it up more. Other way. There we go. Perfect.
So here's the solution. Go out of the box. Go up and out of the box. Come back down and over. Now, why did I show that?
To think outside the box.
Yeah, we got to think outside the box. And maybe thinking outside the box is that I only need to make enough money to pay for my product.
Got to be up a little bit, sweetie.
Okay.
A little bit more. Tiny.
God.
There. We got to be able to see you.
So, you know, one of my very favorite stories is about the hyacinth. Has anybody ever read about the plant, the water hyacinth? It's a flower. It's beautiful, and it grows on standing ponds. It totally confounds botanists all over the world. Why is that? This is about the power of multiplication, because on a daily basis, it grows, and it sends out 2 shoots overnight. Now, the original one then is the 2 shoots, and then those 2 shoots do 2 shoots. So guess what happens? Overnight, every plant sends out those 2 shoots, as does the other, so it doubles every single day. So the next day, the new plant does what? It sends new shoots, and then the original does too. So in a pond, in 29 days, 1/2 of the pond is covered. But guess what happens on the 30th day? The entire pond is covered. Okay? That's the power of duplication. That's the power of having a network marketing business. You should be proud. If I said, if someone went into your house or talked to you and was going to put you in jail for being a network marketer, would there be enough evidence? I mean, think about that. If you're a professional network marketer, you should be proud of it. There's nothing wrong with relationship marketing. It is a business that changes people's lives dramatically, but it takes commitment, it takes focus, it takes persistence. So we are going to go into, Iggy, I'm going to get you toward the end if you don't mind.
You always do.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I would like you to now take out your simple steps to incredible success. And I'm going to put this up here.
Perfect.
Perfect. You see it?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I screwed up. Uh-oh. One more time. I'm telling you. I'm so good at the technical stuff, aren't I?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
okay. That sounds good. There we go.
Here we go. Okay. Number one, and we're going to kind of fly through this stuff. And we've already talked about this. We're going to write down our dreams. And you guys are going to do a lot of this afterwards, but this information, this booklet I put together for you is all up to date. It's got all the numbers you're going to need, all the things you're going to need to move your business forward. Now you want to visualize your dream. We know that. And you want to set goals so that you get to those dreams. So thoughts for goal setting. How many hours are you committed to working this every week? If you think for 1 minute you're going to get to SMD, yeah, I have 2 people literally that I'm working with right now from another state that are every month they say, I am getting to SCMD. Well, do you have a plan? Well, no, but I'm getting there. Well, what's the plan? Well, I'm going to get there. You just wait and see. Well, we say this like every month because there is no plan. Okay. I call them up. Hey, I haven't had any 3-way calls. Well, how are you going to get to SCMD if you haven't had any 3-way calls? That's the basic of our business, is getting a leader on to talk to these people, right? So maybe you say to me, I can only work, Victoria, I work full time. Okay, I have a business to run. I can only work, an hour on Monday and 2 hours on Wednesday and a half hour on Friday, but I can hit it 8 hours on Saturday, whatever it is, put it in your day timer. And I got to tell you, making your list, they say the average person at the age of 21 knows 2,000 people. You make your list and you have that list handy, because guess what? When you're on an appointment, let's say Eric travels quite a bit. He's on an appointment, and let's say, and he always asks for referrals. I know he does that. He is fantastic at that. And if you're not asking for referrals, you're missing part of the boat. But let's say his next appointment cancels. Well, guess what? If he's got an hour that he is not busy now, if he had his list in front of him, he wouldn't have to be thinking, oh, who could I call? He'd have the list right there, right? So you need to make a decision on your list. You have those people. You asterisk those people that you want to, that you think, oh my gosh, they are absolutely a Jane Kelly. They're a Hank. They're a Chris. They are a superstar. Those people I want to get to first, right? But you want to treat this like the $1 million business it is, not like a hobby. If you're treating it like a hobby, you'll get income like a hobby. So you put it in your day timer. I would rather you spend 30 minutes focused than 6 hours of petting the dog, talking to Aunt Mary, taking a walk, blah, 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 right? Really, if you spend 30 minutes focused, it's amazing what you can get done. I used to have someone in our group that she's not a teacher anymore, but she would like exercise, and she would take those 5 minutes when she was walking and the 10 minutes here in her car. And I'm not encouraging you to talk on the phone in your car, because that could be dangerous, but take every minute that you have. I'm telling you, Diane, you're the world's best multitasker I've ever seen. You have to take every minute. But if you're organized and planned, okay, Lori, Eric, I'm getting to SEMD this month. What does that mean? Okay, it means I have to have 250 personal volume. Do I have that? Well, you want to have the 250 personal volume if you're going for SEMD this month, because if you have 230, you have to go back and pay shipping on the other 20, because you get one free auto ship a month. And that to me is one of the biggest advantages of this company is free shipping. It's amazing. It saves us $400+ probably a year, right? So you plan it out. You know exactly what you're going to do, who you're going to call, and you set your goal for, okay, I know I have to be at $250. Now I have to have 3 RMD regional marketing director legs. What's a regional marketing director? Means you have 3 people underneath you. They have at least 150, and each of those have 3 people underneath them, at least 50. Well, the average in the company purchase is somewhere around close to $200. And so if it's 150, 50, 50, 50, so you have to have 3 of those. Okay, I got my 250, I did my job. That's 250 QV. Okay. Now I know I have to have 3 people underneath me. Well, heck, I signed this person as CEO. I signed this person as CEO, this one. Let me tell you, CEO is the way to go. The total group volume for SEMD is 5,400 points. Well, there's lots of ways to get there. One would be 10 people at CEO would be what? 5,500 points. You got to only have 5,400. Every month turns into its new month. So January through the last day of the month. First day of the next month, you start all over again. That's why you really want to hit the first part of every month as well. And not that you don't want to enroll CEOs the whole month, but then it gives them a whole opportunity for that whole month, to get to their goal of whether it's EMD or SEMD or whatever. So you have to know what you have to do so there's no surprises. And then you have to say, okay, in order to do that, like Chris called me one day, he goes, you know what? I've decided for my goals, calling 5 people a day is enough. I'm going to have to move it to 10. Why? Because he knows where he's going. He knows what his goal is. He knew he wanted to get to SEMD. He knew now, okay, his next level is vice presidential. This is what I have to get there. Know what you have to do and put it in writing. So that means I have to talk to X number of people a day. I'll never forget the story of a guy, and this is a true story, that he would talk, he had lofty goals. He had to talk to 5 people a day. It was 11 o'clock at night. He had his skivvies on, and that was it. And he realized, oh my God, it's 11 o'clock at night, and I only talked to 4 people. He got up out of bed. Now, this is commitment. He got up out of bed, put his pants on, went to Dunkin' Donuts, which was the closest place. And the first guy that walked in the door, there was this guy that walked in the door. He said, I know this is going to sound weird, but he says, I have a business goal, and I talk to 5 people every day, and I realized 20 minutes ago I'd only talked to 4, so you're it. The guy became a $100,000 earner for him. You never know where you're going to find that person. Do you think the people in this company that are making $100,000 a year or more, and there are people in this room that are doing that, do you think for 1 minute that they aren't sacrificing things to get to that goal? It's okay if you say, okay, 10 years I'd like to make that. 10 years I'd like to be out of my job. Okay, well, then we got a 10-year goal. But if you're like, you know what, I need to make this money now. In 2 years, I'd like to have a major shift in my life, okay, and make this plan B a plan A, then you've got to get on it. So you've got a whole page here of things that you can, that will help you in planning your goals. Okay, and of course, you define yourself by your decision. Life is a choice every single day. Now, here's the basics. We have a team call every Monday. This gives you the time. It's a choice of a Google Hangout or a call. You need to be on that call. It's recorded on Z Team Live if you can't make it. I recommend the Hair on Fire call. I host that with Tom Chenault. It's a 10-minute call. The reason I like it is because you get every single thing that's happening. I give an update that morning on anything new in the company. And you know what? Most people lay there in bed because it's only 6:30 in the morning. So most people lay there in bed with their, with their cell phone on and listen, or they're getting ready for work or whatever they're doing and listen. And it's pretty fun, isn't it, Eric? Yeah. You never know what's going to come out of Chenault's mouth. But at the same time, you get updated on everything that's going on. Doc Wallach, this is the phone number that you call him Monday through Friday for free. Did you know that there are 2 links? Now, ygbusinesscenter.com will take you right to You just put in your username and ID. That gets you your back office. YGYResourceCenter.com. I live in YGYResourceCenter.com. It's every training, every single thing, every event, anything that's happening in our company basically is in that section. Z Team Live is that website that I told you about, that literally every training I've given for like the last 5 or 6 years is on there. If you want to know about men or makeup, just go scroll in the archives. You want to know about chocolate, go scroll in the archives. You'll hear Stu Wallach. You want to hear about Beyond Organics and all those fantastic products he's got, go look up Jordan Rubin, Beyond Organics. Every division we have 2 new divisions that aren't on there yet and will be in the next couple weeks. But every division is in there. So spend time learning that and looking through that. And the thing is, do you think if somebody calls you about mineral makeup or they're talking about chocolate, wouldn't it be great to just say, you know what, go to www.zteamlive.com, scroll down till you find that, listen and call me back with questions. They won't have questions, but they will be excited after listening to that. Okay, it saves your time, and that time is then done toward what? Enrolling other people. You do not make a huge income in this business if you don't enroll and keep enrolling. Okay? I mean, once in a great while, I mean, we do have people in this company that are making $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000 a month that they lucked out and got a superstar in this company. And that superstar went and just took it to the moon. Okay, so we do have people like that. And I encourage you all to do that, but it'd be great to have that superstar, but you have to do the basics of enrolling all the time. CEO packs are the absolute total way to build your business and build your income. If you want big income, you will enroll CEOs. CEOs are imperative to build your business, but also for them to have a good understanding. You get paid 10 ways versus 5, right? And they get $500 worth of product with, different samples and stuff to share, right? And they get 500 points. Now that you're understanding points, Peggy, remember I said earlier before we even started, you have a cost and you have a QV, which is what you rank at. The higher up you rank, the more money you make. And BV is what you get paid on. And I know there are groups around the country that maybe they have, hypothetically, $750,000 in volume, but they only have $250,000 worth of BV. Okay, we have a lot of double QV deals, which are fantastic. That's every Wednesday morning, which is also announced on that Hair on Fire call. Otherwise, you can go to facebook.com/longevity and you see the double QVs. That really does come in handy to help you rank. But at the same time, remember, BV is what you get paid on, and we want you to make a significant, great income. Part of the basics is that you loan out a minimum of 2 CDs a day. Dead Doctors Don't Lie CD has been out for 25 years. It is now, the new one is Public Enemy #1. Okay, so, and you order those through drjwallach.com. Don't do it online. Go to drjwallach.com, go to the contact number and call them. Because online it's $3, but if you call them, it's $1.20 if you order 50 at a time. And you just say, hey, listen, I'm ordering 50. So yeah, it's like used to be $1, but they just raised it to $1.20. Okay, and you, like when you order Dead Doctors Don't Lie, if you choose that one, you do it in a 4-step process. You say, I want Dead Doctors Don't Lie, the best of, step 1. Dead Doctors Don't Lie is 2. With tracks is 3. And personalized. I personally don't put my website on there. Most people do. I put my email, my phone number, my ID number, but I start out the line that says to buy at cost with a big COST and get free shipping, call me today. Now, don't ever hand anything out without your phone number and your information, because people don't understand network marketing. They don't understand commission. And you may think, what's my best friend? She would never go anywhere else. No. One of the guys in our company that's been with the company since 17 years, he is one of the top people in this company. They make well over $1 million a year. His own mother called a rep out of the clear blue and wanted to sign up. And as the rep started asking her, she said, well, yeah, I'm, Todd Smith's mother. And she goes, no, you don't want to sign up under me. You want to sign up under him. Iggy's best friend, we sent him a CD. He got all excited. We were going to see him the next week. Got all excited, put on the brakes. Then he's listening to this in the car. Right? Goes to the health food store, goes in and spends hundreds of dollars trying to duplicate what Doc just said. Okay, now he knows different, and now he buys from us. And this guy is a businessman, owns several companies. So don't believe that people know the basics, because they don't. What Jane does, and I think it's very smart, is that she buys the neon labels. And the neon labels go in there. The other thing you can do is take like a blank piece of yellow paper, bright yellow, because you can see really well with that, and you just put that same thing. What I do is I take it, put 10 on a page, and I put 2 by a cost, call Victoria at my phone number and so forth, and then cut that out. If you want to hear more about the minerals, that kind of thing, then you cut it out and stick it inside the CD. So it's bright color. They want to see what that paper is. They truly don't think about it. All right. But public enemy number 1 is the one now. Visualize your day. Every day before you get out of bed, take 10 seconds. After a while, it just becomes literally second nature for you. And you visualize what's going to happen that day. How many people are going to come into your organization? At night, recreate your day. Now, I know none of you ever argue with your spouses or anything. It's always perfect. But let's assume that you had an argument with your spouse, right? Instead of going to bed thinking about that, you're like, wow, wasn't that conversation I had with Iggy so fantastic? And he was so thoughtful and so gentle. And you just go through and you're visualizing what you wanted to happen so that you have a better night's sleep. And that's what you're putting into your subconscious, not the other. And I got to tell you, all that stuff takes like 10 seconds. Set your intention daily. There is a copy of an intention statement inside. It's not inside this packet. It's on those 4 or 5 pages that you had that are separate. And it's called Set Your Intention. That's a Word doc. It's also on zteamlive.com. You can take it, tweak it, to what feels good to you. But it doesn't take very long to do. But I'm telling you, it will amaze you when you do those little things like the flashcards. You do the little things like setting your intention. What happens in your life? Watch the power of your words. Kind of knock them dead, right? No, knock them alive. So it's all those things that make a big difference. Enrolling every month, because you've got to be the example. Be a solution person, not a whiner. You always whine up and not whine down. Have an attitude check on a daily basis. Some of us need an attitude check several times a day.
Like every hour.
Yeah, I mean, really. Yeah. It's easy to get into the snowball of the negative. Shift your beliefs and attitudes and truths so that they're in alignment with your vision. If you think it's all hard and all that, do you really think you're going to go for that SAMD this month? Can I get there if it's really that hard? No. So you got to shift that and say, you know what? Jane did it. Chris did it. Hank did it. Eric's going to do it. Diane's going to do it. Those are the things that you embrace. Embrace the positive. And you know what? Like with Chris, it's funny. Although I'm his mentor, I can't tell you the number of days that his little messages to me just pick me right up and make my whole day. And that's what you want to do with your team. Envisioning having the goal rather than merely wanting the goal. Okay. Be in charge of your thinking and institute some kind of pattern buster. Like, thank you, but you know what? This isn't part of my vision. One of the biggest things I do when I do negative thoughts, or someone comes into my office or is talking to me on the phone and they're saying something that I don't need to hear, I go, delete, 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 kind of like the board here, delete, delete, delete. I just erase it, right? So start using that delete, delete. It helps. Sign up, of course, go to conventions. Okay. Do things that are duplicatable. Make and review your list all the time. When was the last time you people that have been in the business for quite a while that you made your list a long time ago and haven't taken the time to go back through? Think about that. Track your results daily and adjust. Okay, just like Chris did, where he said, okay, I'm going to talk to 5. You know what? That ain't going to get me to where I want to go. I need 10. Be accountable to yourself. And if I were you, I would get a buddy. I would absolutely be accountable in some way to your mentor, your coach, or to somebody. It's kind of like losing weight. They've proven, I don't know, Catherine, what's the statistics? It's something like if you have a buddy, you lose like 90% more weight or something than other people. I mean, it's like a humongous statistic, same thing. Everybody goes on auto ship. That is the lifeblood of your business. And don't be thinking, oh, I'll key it and I'll go back and do that later. No. And do you really think people are going to see something the first month? They might. With our products, they very well could. But do you think that's going to keep them where their body needs to go if they don't continue to do it? No. So when you enroll them, you do that at the time. I had a girl that kept saying to me, I keep looking at her genealogy, and I'd say, well, why don't you have these people? Why aren't they on auto ship? Oh, I forgot. I was going to go back and do that later. No. That's like putting on your panties and going out there without any pants and somebody's out there. Okay? I don't know where that came. It just came up. I mean, bottom line is you have to do the whole enchilada. And the enchilada is you enroll them and you put on the pants, right? You do the auto ship. The auto ship is the root of your business. That's how you're going to make money every single month. Now, the CEO pack is the only pack that automatically gives you a Healthy Start pack as an auto ship. However, you're doing them. What is this feedback I'm hearing, Becky? Do we know?
I don't hear it. What is it?
You don't? Okay. Well, then I'll just deal with it. So the CEO pack has this automatic Healthy Start pack. But think about it. Most everybody, in fact, everybody here had some kind of issue that they were working on, right? Pretty much. So wouldn't it make more sense? The auto ship, the company automatically puts that in there. They don't put it in on anything else other than the CEO. But wouldn't it make sense to put in, instead of a Healthy Start pack, wouldn't it make sense to put in a bone and joint pack? And Doc does everything by 100 pounds, right? So there's a few people in this room that might fit the 100-pound deal, but most people weigh 150 or more. So what does that mean? 2. So 2 bone and joint packs, 2 healthy heart packs, right? 2 weight loss packs, not a Healthy Start pack, because the Healthy Start pack is the basic, but you give them what they said they needed. How did you find that out? You found that out because you cared enough to ask them about their life. You interviewed them and you found out all about them, and that's what they gave them. That's what you give them. Now, your auto ship then just went up from 125 times 2 to like 180 times 2 or 160 times 2. So they get what their body needs, they get results, and you get more points. Make sense? Okay. All right, so that's that part. And somehow my thingy went away. Hold on here. Where is it, Becky?
What is it you're looking for?
The sheet of, oh, here it is. It's somehow behind here. Okay, so there's books here for a description on books that you may want to look at. Always ask for referrals on every single person you go that you're with. And if they say, I'm not interested this time, say, you know what? I really trust you as a person. And I would love to know if you know anybody that needs to make more money right now or might have some issues. You know, gosh, 1 out of 4 has cancer, 79 million have diabetes in the United States. Do you know anybody that might need some help? Or particularly somebody that might need to make some extra income? And what do you say, Eric? What are some of the things that you've said to get referrals?
Do you know anybody that needs residual income, that's outgoing, things that they're obviously going to say?
We can't hear him at all.
So he said, what Eric is saying is, do you know anybody that needs residual income? Somebody might be outgoing, and then he puts in several descriptions of people he's looking for. And that's good, because then that gears their brain of, yeah, Susie's real outgoing, and she said she needed to make some extra money.
And they'll typically think, well, that's really me too. And you say, well, but this business isn't for you. You said that. But do you know anybody that is successful and wants to make a lot of money and is outgoing and happy? And they're thinking, yeah, I might know somebody, but gee, that should be me.
Right. So he does the takeaway. Could you hear that conversation, Becky?
No, you can't hear him, what he's saying at all, just you.
Okay. So, Eric, speak louder.
For someone who says that they're not interested, that's fine. This business isn't for everybody. You say, so instead of you, can you think of at least 4 people off the top of your head who would like to be successful? They're outgoing, they want to make some more money, and typically they start thinking, but they're also subconsciously thinking, well, that is me, because I want to be successful, I'm outgoing, I want to be a happy person, you know, whatever you can throw in there.
Yeah. Deb, did you also have something to add to that? Jelanovich?
No, I think he ended up covering it. I guess the only thing that hit me when you were saying that is you don't want to lead with a question that can give them a yes or a no. Like sometimes if you say, okay, do you know anyone, they could go no. Okay, so you want to not, give them a chance to do a yes or a no. You want them to have to give you a list of who they know.
So how would you reword that?
Well, I just, it wouldn't be who do you know? That's a good one. Who do you know that is?
Okay.
Something where they don't have to
Tweak it
yes
a little.
or no answer. They, so that way they give you a list and write it down because they're visual, like most people. And, so write it down and, what's that phone number? Do you know the phone number? Can you look it up on your cell phone? And start taking it. That's really a takeaway. I love the takeaway.
Okay, so we have Lori getting ready to leave because we thought we would be done by 1. So we want Lori to win a prize. My God, she's new. She's going to win a prize, right? So I think she probably might want to win this big box of Beyond Tangy Tangerine 2.0 zip packs. So you know what I would do? Lori, I'd like you to commit to watch the rest of this online.
Okay.
And why don't, I know you're going to be talking to Jane, but I'd love to talk to you the first of the week, like Monday maybe?
Okay.
And what time works for you on Monday?
Anytime's fine.
Okay, so how about we plan it at 2:00 on Monday.
Okay.
And we'll talk for a few minutes and talk about your goals and any questions that you got out of the rest of that.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. She's got a long drive, couple hours. Let's give her a big hand. Now, did you notice that I asked her what would Monday work? And she said anytime, and I booked a time. That's exactly what you do with someone that you loan a CD to. I'm loaning that CD to them. I'm not giving it to them. I'm loaning them that CD, and I'm going to say, when do you think you could listen to this? If you give your stuff away, and you guys are givers, you're caregivers. Okay, so if you give it away, they have no value to it. And they will, how many of you in this room have, oh, well, I'll just give them a case of, I'll just give them, now if they got a situation and it's a financial thing and they got cancer, that's a different deal if you're doing more of a philanthropic kind of thing. But truly, if you're good, well, I know though, man, if I give them this bottle of Z, I just know they're going to feel it, man, and they're going to do it. Believe me, they will not have, if you don't have some kind of investment in it, they more than likely will not care about what the results are going to be. Does that make sense? If someone says to you, oh man, Catherine, I'm going to give you this CD, she may have all great intentions, but if I say to her, Catherine, I'm going to loan you this CD, do you think you'll be able to listen to that tonight? Well, no, God, I got to pick up my grandkids. How about tomorrow? How's your tomorrow look? Well, yeah, I can probably look good tomorrow. Why don't we connect then? What 5 o'clock? Does that sound good for you? If you don't get a definitive time, first of all, most of us are crap at follow through. Okay, because life happens. You got kids coming in, you got all these things happening and the phone rings and this, and oh man, there's just all kinds of things we can fill our life with, right? But if you have a time in your day timer, what's going to happen? You're going to stick to it. So just a little tidbit there.
Right on that.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that with the CDs. When you call them at 5 o'clock, and if they haven't had a chance to listen to it, what I've done is, well, would you be able to listen to it prior to 5 o'clock tomorrow night? If not, I need to get that back because I have other people waiting for that CD,
Right.
and it's the takeaway.
It is the takeaway.
And so that puts an urgency on it instead of just whenever.
Did you hear that, Becky?
Not clearly.
So basically what she says is if she calls them at 5 and they said, God, I didn't get a chance to listen to that. You know what? No problem. I understand, boy, life gets busy. How about tomorrow at 5? And, because, boy, if you can't listen, if they say yes, that's cool. If they say no, say, you know what? We're probably going to have to get with you and pick that up because I got a couple other people that want to listen. And, it's really a high priority with them. It's the takeaway. It's literally you're putting importance on what you have to offer.
And if they don't do it the second time, then you take it anyway.
Right.
And then offer to go ahead and at a time they think they can listen to it, get it back to them.
Right. Those little things. Laura, you couldn't stand without us or what?
I didn't want to leave you.
Oh, great.
I just stay just a little bit longer. So
Okay, awesome. Awesome. We are thrilled. We're absolutely thrilled. Okay, so we talked about, okay, now the chicken list. Anybody got it? Anybody in here right now that you're like, oh my God, I would never talk to them. I would never talk to them. I mean, they're the CEO of a company, for God's sake. Okay, they're the president. They're the, oh my gosh, he's an attorney. There's no way he's going to want to listen to this. They've got this big mansion. Why would they want residual income? They obviously make all this money. Anybody in the room got somebody like that?
Anybody in here making too much money?
No. Well, I don't have that. They're making too much money. My fear is that I don't want to screw it up because I don't want to lose the chance of getting it.
But if you don't ever get to them, you never have any. You totally, right? If we never get to that person, there is no opportunity. But if we just step out of those 9 dots and zoop, step, zoop, go right up, you got to make a goal for yourself. And again, you say, I'm going to do that this week. I'm going to call one person on my chicken list. And if I botch it up, and chances are you won't, but what's the worst that could happen? That's what I ask myself on anything I don't want to do. What's the worst? Am I going to die? The answer is always no. So if you're not going to die, it's okay. Rick?
I used to take care of the richest, most powerful people in the world as a bartender. People are people. You might look up to them from a perspective, but people are people. It doesn't matter. They got a big ego, that's their problem, not yours.
Yeah, good point.
Well, it's my dad is the owner of her cheer school, which she has 600 students. So that's where.
She still puts her pants on the same
Well,
way
it's
and
not that.
eats the
It's
same
not
food.
that. Like I just want to approach her
Properly.
properly.
Yeah, I understand that.
So then a possibility that we'll do, if anybody with a chicken person wants to this week, wants to do one, we'll just do it together. We'll role play it and we'll get on the phone with them together. We'll do whatever feels right. I need to do the interview with you to find out everything about them, okay, that you know. And then from there, we'll decide how we're going to handle them because each person would be different, right? But let me ask you this. If you believed with every cell in your being, every cell, that this was a fantastic company, that these products absolutely totally work, and that you could make money, would you not believe that would be a disservice if you didn't share it with everybody you knew?
Yes.
If you believe it like that, you will absolutely be successful at this business. And if you come from your heart, no one's going to make fun of you. Truly, no one, even if you botch the words or don't quite say it right or kind of go on brain freeze. Oh my gosh, I would have, I got nervous about it and I forgot to, I should have said this, this, and this. There's an old saying about you can't say the wrong thing to the right person. And chances are they were looking for they had a prayer or an intention of some kind. I cannot tell you the number of people I've talked to that said, oh my God, I was just praying about an opportunity like this. I need something. I didn't really think about anything like that. Tammy?
Well, I was watching one of Eric Worre's
Uh-huh.
programs. He said, yeah, you can say the wrong thing to the wrong person because if you come at them a specific way, like you're in that marketer, like,
Right. If you hound a person, but you know what? There isn't a person in this room that is like that. There isn't a person, and the ones that are watching, I know who's watching, that's going to not be heart-centered and go for it and just, anybody could be turned off by an overzealous, obnoxious car salesman kind of, for lack of another word. We have car salesmen too, but for lack of that kind of profession. But overall, if someone has an interest, they will listen, get a sliver, and you can see there's interest, and you can get them on to the next level. And that's why you want to have that person always in your back pocket to be able to talk to that person. And the way I talk to one person could be totally different the way I talk to the next person. Okay? Each one is different. And how do we know? Because you gave us an interview. When you do a 3-way call, what is the best thing to do is you send an email and you say, Robert Smith has 4 kids is the next line. Next line, divorced, or has a husband that's an engineer, but he hates it. Okay, one kid has ADD. She needs to make this much money. She's in the next line. She's done network marketing. So you're not writing me a paragraph. You're writing kind of like bullet points. Everything I need to know to where I need to go with this person. Product, right? Are they interested in product? Are they interested in making income? This person is a dynamo. She's been very successful in everything she's done. This guy is just absolutely amazing. I think her husband is going to, be the driver here. Which, just as a side note real quick, you always put the runner in first. So let's say you're talking to a couple and Lori's my best friend. So you would think you'd put Lori in, right? I'm just doing this hypothetically, okay, because they're both runners. But let's say after talking to Lori, I find out that, man, her husband is like this unbelievable dynamo, right? So it's best for you to enroll Eric first and her under if you're going to enroll both. If you're going to enroll one, you still enroll Eric. Because the runners in our company, we get paid, we want to go wide and deep. And you want the runner to be as close to you as you can because you get it. Our ranking counts 3 levels deep. Now to them, the nice thing is if Eric is the dynamo, again, this is just an example because they're both dynamos. But if Erica is the dynamo, he's going to be able to help her if he puts her in the business, right? But if an example, I had a guy, his mother was in, and he was an absolute unbelievable. And so I'm like, no, we don't want to do that. We want you first because as you do deals, you can actually put them and help your mother grow. But you already said, you want to help your mother. Well, you can't help her. If she's above you, they're going to help you any. I mean, it does help, but not like if they were directly under. That way you both double dip. Oh, I forgot about this. This is a longevity product too. It's a stress pendant. I just felt this side note. I'm full of side notes, right? But placement is important. When you go to place people, do not place anybody. If you're on our team, don't place them unless you've made a call to one of us, one of the leaders first, because we've done it for a while. Once you place somebody, it's a done deal. They're in. Okay? You're not ever allowed to move them according to the policy. So you need to know who you're moving them under. And sometimes people say, oh, I really need that 50 points under there. So I'm just going to take this guy. Well, if this guy's going to be a runner, can you imagine putting, 2 runners under each other? No, because you're going to go wide. In this company, you want to go wide. So you want, if I put Steve under Tom and Steve is a dynamo and could be a leg on its own, I've just kind of messed up myself, haven't I? Because down the road, I want to get 9 working legs. So I want to keep all those runners on my front leg. I don't expect you to get this yet. If you're brand new, all you got to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, I'm thinking about doing this. And there's time, and you have 60 days. Don't be jumping into making moves. You got 60 whole days to move it. Okay, what you don't want to do is make something that you can't reverse. All right, and it's pretty hard to tell who's going to be a runner and who's not, to be honest with you, in a lot of cases. So many times we need that 60 days because it may fill that 50-point thing right that minute, but long term, it keeps you from getting to your next goal. And by the way, once you get to SEMD, if you have 12 people on 100 points, you get what, Hank? Isn't that nice to have a $300 car bonus?
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
If you're looking at a business person.
We can't hear.
Okay.
Louder.
If you're looking at a business person to spend $500 to get into a franchise, to get $500 worth of discounted products is no big deal. Their first goal is to be SEMD. Once they're at SEMD and they qualify, every month they get a $300 car bonus over and above all of the other bonuses they receive.
Yeah.
So to spend $500 once and get $300 every month thereafter is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So business people, if they get business people, they'll always get CEO packs.
Yeah.
The average person views it as, well, I have to spend money. And if they view it as they have to spend money, they're going to chintz on it. But for a business person to get a franchise for $500
Yeah.
and they get $300 every month just in car bonus, makes it a real easy decision for you.
And you don't have to spend the $300 on a car, do you?
Not at all. It just adds to whatever you want to spend and play with, or builds you a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Perfect. And now think about that. Hank is an SEMD. So every time he puts a CEO pack in, he gets $100 coding bonus, $100 quick start, and a $30 fast start. So he makes $230 on every CEO pack. Now get this. He makes $230, and you can get there. I'm telling you, you guys, every person in this room could get there in 30 days. We've done it over and over and over. And by the way, once you get there, you're always there. You're always an SEMD as far as this company is concerned. Now, if you drop down, you're only paid, like the residual income. Let's say you drop down to executive marketing director for some reason. You missed it for whatever reason. Then you're paid residual income on the executive marketing director. But that coding bonus, you're always paid as an SEMD. Always, always. Which is like amazing. Okay? Totally amazing. Deb, SEMD. Okay? Always gets paid that coding bonus. As long as she qualifies, as long as she has an auto ship, you guys, we keep up our auto ships, we're going to get that every time. And then as it goes up, so picture this. The company sells a lot of CEO packs, right? So with the Hank, he made the 100, then he made the 30. They're paying out 190. So as Hank's upline, if there's no one in between, let's see. So I make the other 90 on that. So I make 90, he makes 100. So now we've paid out 300 and some. Plus they get $500 worth of products and 500 points. Company doesn't make a dime on this deal. Okay, on this pack, they don't make a dime, but that is where you make the money. There was a girl enrolled a few weeks ago in Colorado, not unfortunately on our team. She put in 41 CEO packs in 2 weeks.
Wow.
Okay.
Directly? She signed them all up directly.
Now think about
$30
the amount of money this gal made and the ranking she got to, because if she put in 41 times what she already had, 20,000 points. It's thinking outside those dots. And it's thinking that they're going to do it. It's taking the assumption. When I talk to someone on the phone, most of the time, I will then move to the assumptive part of, so was that BETTY or BETTIE? Were you going to put that on Visa or Discover? Were you going to do then the CEO pack or the $10? I'm assuming since you're a business person, you want to make that happen, you're going to do the CEO. And if they say, God, I just don't feel comfortable, I don't have the money right now, you immediately go to what? The $25 pack and the Healthy Start pack. We want people in our business, and if they can't afford it, we don't want them to stress themselves out. Okay? We don't want you to have to do that. We want you to get to what's going to be comfortable for you, but at the same time, CEO pack, I'm telling you, not just because we all make good money on it, it is absolutely totally the way to go. It is the most prudent way to do this business as CEO. Turn this around, see where we're at on our little, I turned it around, and Hank, we didn't get to see your smiling face anyway because I didn't take this thing off. So this was, right, next time. Do 3-way calls every day, all right? If you had a bank that credited your account each morning with $86,400 with no balance carried from day to day, what would you do? Well, you do have such a bank, and that's called time. Every morning, it credits you with 86,400 seconds, and every night, it shuts off. Whatever you fail to use toward life, your dreams, your purpose, it carries over no balance and allows no overdrafts. You can't hoard it, you can't save it, you can't store it, you can't loan it, you can't invest it, but what you can do is make a choice. And those choices every day are what's going to get you to your goals. I mean, how many times has your family said to you, well, what do you mean you got to work? I know my family says that to me pretty often. Okay, well, we all want to do, sorry, I'm tied up. I'll meet with you later. I'll do another time. Hey, can you take a video for me? I know it's not the same as being there, but I have a business to run. Okay, I have a lot of people in our team that we're responsible for. Okay, and that to me is one of our top priorities. I'm not saying, by the way, family should be first, your faith, your family, and this business. But you got to put it in there, and you got to put it in your day timer. If you treat, I can't say this enough, if you treat it like a hobby, I'm telling you, that's the income you're going to get. And I love this one, Walt Disney. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. And that goes with everything, doesn't it? So tracking your plan is absolutely critical. So I created this thing called my 31-day plan. So you plan, you take action, you evaluate, you adjust, and you take action. So every day you're going to contact, there's a G and an A on here. A goal, you know which one, sheet I'm talking about? It says my 31-day plan. Anyway, it says goal and then action. Thank you, Steve. Then at the end of the week, okay, well, my goal was, oh, gee, I was going to talk to 2 a day. Times 7, that's 14. I talked to 2. Okay, time to what? Readjust. Either I'm going to be realistic and say I'm only going to talk to 1 a day, or I'm going to say some days I'm not going to talk to any, or I'm going to say, you know what, I need to get off my butt and decide I'm going to do this business because I truly want to make X number of dollars a month. And you can absolutely do that if you write it down, you make a commitment, you set your intentions, and you do the basics of loaning out CDs, getting people to watch videos, getting them to an in-home meeting, okay, which we'll do by Skype or come to your house or whatever, getting them to local events. We have like 6 events in Colorado every week, okay? Going to an Ariaza event, I got to tell you, if I were you guys, those of you that didn't raise your hand, I would seriously consider that on June 20th. It's going to be one heck of an event because he's a great trainer. We have lots of great trainers in this company, and that brings me to another subject real quick. If you're listening to, you know, we have lots of people that are constantly training, but if somebody's saying to you, oh, I'll be glad to train you, and I'm going to coach you, but it's going to cost you $100 a month or $2,000 a month, seriously, or $40 a month through the subscription, I do not believe in that. I will train you all day long for free. Okay, I can give you almost every top, not every, but there are some people in this company that charge. I don't believe in that. We are one team, one dream, and if I can't help you, I will get you to somebody that can help you. I don't know what I couldn't help you with, but I'm sure one of these days there might be something. But, you know, it's all about what works for you. And again, I don't care if you relate to someone else. I have, you know, I'm sure there's people in my group that I don't, you know, you can't take it personal. If they don't relate to you, and let's say they prefer to work with a man, and a man prefers to work with a man, or a woman prefers to work with a man, or oh, she's too whatever. That's okay. We'll get you to somebody that works for you and resonates with you. You just keep, I always tell people they'll call me on the Hair on Fire call afterwards that aren't in the team and say, well, yeah, I don't have anybody that works with me. Call customer service and find out your 10 top upline. Find out who those people are. There's somebody in there working the business. Okay? Listen to those kids. They are having a ball, aren't they?
How do you approach people like, I don't know, when they're like in public?
Like in a safe way?
Yeah, like what do you, I mean, I always usually start a conversation.
So you start a conversation. So many times in my life, and because I consider life a lead, everywhere I go, somebody comes to my house for solicitation, I'm going to reverse it, okay? And they're going to come in, and we're going to give them BTT, show my little T-bar up there that has everything, you know, that we carry. I keep that up every day, and we just change it by the holidays. It really depends on how much time you have. That's why you want to give your story, even if it's not like a great story for, you know, oh my God, my arm got cut off, and you know, it doesn't have to be like that, okay? But you got to get your story down to 30 seconds because you've got to be able to give them something compelling enough. What usually happens, like if I'm in Safeway and the girl's doing her thing, because we're in this business, you'll find that once you get in this business and you're really in it, that people will start, they automatically just start sharing everything in their life. It's like, you know, you'll be there and she'll say, oh my gosh, my arthritic feet are killing me. Yes. And I look at, they always have name tags, right? Sharon, you know what? I just heard you say that your arthritic feet are killing you. You know what? Write down your phone number and your email real quick. And I always have in my purse, I have a place, my purse is a disaster, but I always have a pen and a paper that I know which pocket it's in. Okay. And I pull it out and I say, Sharon, you know, what's your phone number and what's your email? I did a little test on something. I've always taught, don't ask, tell. If you say, would you give me your phone number? They're not gonna get it. But if you say, give me your phone number, and I look right down on the paper and I start writing 303, they'll say, no, it's 720. And they'll give it to you right then. I've got something I think you're gonna really want to hear about on this arthritic feet thing. When's a good time to call you? They give it to you every time. So I tested something the other day just to see. We were out somewhere and I thought, I'm gonna try instead of telling, I'm gonna try the asking. And I'll be doggone if I ask that girl, and that's the first person I'll bet in 5 years that did want to give me her phone number. Okay, it makes a difference. You tell and not ask.
So she didn't give you her number?
The one that I asked if she would give me her phone number didn't give me her phone number. First one in 5 years, literally. But when you tell them, they always give it to you. I've never had anybody not give me their phone number. They want to give you their information because they want information. They want to know, oh my gosh, if I don't have to have arthritic feet anymore, or like at Costco, when you see somebody pulling up and they're like, oh my God, I bet this is going to be $400. I mean, once you get in this business, everywhere you go, people tell their story, whether they're saying it to you or saying it out loud or whatever. And you say, I mean, I've literally said, I don't mean to be rude. I didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything, but I heard you talk about that. You know what? I have a home-based business. We're looking for reps in this area. I think you might be interested in. You can work from home.
Not only that, you put out a certain energy. We were going through the line at Costco. Remember the checker behind the thing? Just started talking to us about her arthritis.
Yeah,
she
they do.
sees us during the day, I mean, but she go through 1,000 people an hour. And who's she talking to about her arthritis? Not everybody, but they can sense it. They can see the energy. They can see what's going on with you, and they know that you know something that they need to know.
And that brings to another very good point. You magnetize to you who you are. So why do we always talk about personal growth in this company? Because the better a person you are, the better person you get on your team. That's just life and the way that works. If you look at the bottom of that 31-day goal sheet, it says, comment, I need to improve. I did a great job on, pat yourself on the back. I need more support with, okay? And when you need support, ask. No one is necessarily psychic. Well, we are somewhat psychic, but we don't, I just need you to ask me that I need help, and so do the rest of your team leaders. This is the intention prayer that I told you about. And you can tweak it to whatever you want it to be. The original doc is on zteamlive.com. I'm not going to take the time to read it. The next step, of course, is take action every day. You loan CDs, whether it be Public Enemy #1, Dead Doctors Don't Lie, your 3-Way One, and train like crazy. I love this little statement where I put in here about, you go to east to west, you can use a 10-speed bike. It's going to take you a long time, right, to get across country, or you can do a 747 that's going to take you 5 hours. It is your choice how quick you want to go. But this business is about leveraging everybody's time, energy, money, because it's kind of like a doctor. We had a doctor, have a doctor in our group, and he said, I can't get to enough people. And Doc said, I was working with this doctor, with Doc Wallach. And he said, how would you like to, instead of 25 people a day, how would you like to talk to 300,000 a day? So pretty impressive. It is not enough to be busy, so are ants. The question is, what are you busy about? Love that one. The only way you fail is to quit. Success is going to require focus. It's going to require persistence. It's going to require self-discipline. And you know what? We have in here about rebounding like a rubber ball. I mean, you can't get hung up on the no's. The no's are getting you closer to your yeses. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I know Chris always sends me, in fact, he sent me an email one day that says, I'm so excited, I got 5 more no's today. Because he knows it's getting as closest to his yeses. The next page is on the law of the garbage truck. I love this. So this guy hopped in this taxi cab, and this other car comes right out of nowhere and just like almost runs into him, and it could have been a fatal deal. And the taxi cab driver was so nice, like overly friendly and smiling, and all of a sudden the guy says, I can't believe it. This guy almost killed us, sent us to the ambulance. What on earth? You're just so nice to this guy and so polite. And he goes, and he looks at him and he says, you know what? Many people are like garbage trucks. They run around full of garbage, full of frustration, full of anger, and full of disappointment. As their garbage piles up, they need a place to dump it. And sometimes they dump it on you. So I don't take it personal. I smile, I wave, I wish them well, and I move on. So don't take garbage trucks and spread it to people at work or at home. The bottom line is successful people do not let garbage trucks take over their day. Love the people who treat you right. Pray for the ones that don't. Life is 10% what you make it and 90% of how you look at it. We've talked quite a bit today about attitude. This next page is about, I put this in here because I wanted to remind you of a few things about making that 3x5 flashcard, about every morning doing certain things, at night doing certain things, you know, the stating your day. And then take one day, this is interesting for you, take one day, take an envelope, and I used to teach positive thinking, and we would start out with little envelopes this big. So I thought, well, you know, I might as well look at that. And you don't have to write like this whole paragraph. You write one word. It's on money. It's on fat. It's on whatever. Make a long story short, I decided I was going to do that for myself. At the end of, by noon, I had 750 negative thoughts on one item. The reason you do that, and by the way, I had to change to one of those big envelopes, is that it makes you realize what you're thinking about, and what you focus on, of course, is what you're going to get, right? So it just might be a good exercise for you to see where you're putting your attention. Now, this one is something, and I forget who shared this particular one with me, because I have so many great healers. They're always sharing great stuff. A lot of stuff I get from Hank, I get from Jane, I get from whoever. But say once a day, this week I will experience a miracle having to do with money. Was that one you, Hank? And then notice every positive, oh, I remember that now. Every positive little thing and big thing has to do with money, and keep expecting more. Notice, be grateful for every miracle, no matter how small, and then move on to the next miracle. Aha, there's a miracle having to do with money again. And this week, expect another miracle having to do with money. By creating 2015, and this one Hank has done many times for us, you visualize going to 2016 and you look backwards. I have what? I have created, you know, I've changed my life. I've done this, which has created, you know, $10,000 a month, whatever. Again, I put on here, I don't know how I'm going to get to SEMD by June 30th, 2015. I just know that I am by 9 p.m. Mountain Time, stating your intention. And you've got a copy of it here and in Z Team Live. I got some great quotes on the back of here. That you might want to take a look at. So far, what we've covered. What questions do you have? And then Iggy's going to give us a 5-minute rendition on some.
What happened to the hour and a half?
No. What Q&A do you have on how you place, how you enroll, how you do three-way calls? Lori, thank you for staying again. We'll talk to you soon. What questions do you have? What are you, and I know it's been a long sitting here on your butt, and he's sitting on the hard fireplace. I told you I'd get you a mat. No. So what questions do you have? Any? Any? Okay.
You were talking about in SEMD and the volumes or something. It's like last month on the 30th, I wanted to be sure that I got 200 or something. So I thought I purchased enough.
Can you repeat his question? We can't hear it all.
But then I guess I didn't. I don't know what I ordered not enough, or I did something wrong. And I'm going to be in the same position this month.
Okay, so you look at QV. So what the question was? Okay.
Wherever I need to be, I'm doing something wrong with that.
Okay.
Personal volume.
Okay, so your personal volume, like to be a regional marketing director, and you're already EMD, congratulations. But RMD, you have to have 150 personal volume. That is QV, qualifying volume. Every single thing you pull up in your back office is going to show how much it costs, how much your QV is, and how much your BV is. And so the cost, let's say maybe 100, the QV may be 95, the BV might be 90. So you look at QV that's what you add up. Those points, if you have to be like, for instance, excuse me, you're an EMD in the month of May, so you have to have 200 points. And that doesn't mean 199. That means 200 because the computer, that's what it picks up, right? That's part of the qualifying. So if you're going for SEMD next month, then you would have to have 250 QV. So you look and you see, okay, Z Radical has, cost 144, and let's say the points are, the QV is 130. Okay, now I know I do 130. I need another 120 to get to my 250. So, and you can change that every single month. We all know that. So do you have a chart that shows you how much for each qualification, each rank? Okay. So basically what I do, I have one of those literally like on my desk. And even though I say it 100 times a day, it seems like, I have it there, just to refer back to. A person needs this, a person needs that. And you got to fit all those criteria. I will tell you, excuse me, even SEMD, just to have you have 3 RMD legs, and RMD is 150 plus 50, 50, 50, 3 of those, is really an easy task. They get, to get to some of these ranks is not that challenging. It gets a little more challenging. The first real leadership role is SEMD. And then when you get over to vice president, so, it just keeps escalating for there where it's a little more challenging. But heck, even to get to the very top level, you only need like 45,000 in volume. So it's, and every one of those add up. And the more CEO packs you have, the easier it is because it's 500. So I think you might be looking at the wrong thing in the back office. So if you just look at the QV, the BV, and the cost, QV is all you rank with, and QV is what you care about as far. Exactly. QV is your personal volume. You do everything on QV. I went around California and back, and I could have just said that one line. Sorry. So what other questions, Eric? Lori? Peggy?
Questions? I'm not real confident, so I'm gonna
Okay.
put that on my-
Confidence in yourself, or?
Yeah. Yes, it's kind of hard to just walk up to people.
So you might want to start. What business are you in, Peggy?
A business something.
Are you in a business now, or?
No, I taught my husband photography.
Okay.
But no, I pretty much do some caretaking of the property. So I'm not
Okay.
real out there.
Okay. So I would think though, because you're beautiful inside and out, I would think that people would be very receptive to you. They wouldn't be turned off. They'd be very receptive because you've got a very sweet personality. Have you made a list yet of the people that you know? Because the people that you know are going to be the ones that are going to be receptive to you.
Mostly family, I'm a big family, so I haven't made a list yet.
Okay. Making a list is crucial. I will tell you, don't get too turned off. Family is generally the toughest nut. Not always, but it's usually the hardest one. Catherine, you were going to say something?
One thing on with your situation with family, when I started, what I did was, I'm looking at this business. Could you give me an opinion? Or the other thing is, when you don't have a lot of confidence in your ability to discuss it, I really need somebody to practice on, because I'd like to get very good at this. Can I practice my presentation on you? And people will be willing to help you.
That's true.
With no obligation, and then most of them wanted to become involved.
So what she said, Becky, did you hear her?
A little bit. She was, I think, about practicing on them.
Yeah, basically asking people to help her. And because of that, people want to help. Okay, so I'm going to read off those cards that you all filled out. Knowledge. Okay, one person, and there's probably several in here. I don't think I have enough knowledge. So if you're a tour guide, Just pretend for a minute you have one of those cute little hats and it says on here tour guide. And so if your knowledge only had to be to send someone to a link of maybe a YouTube video on arthritis or whatever it might be, or a 90 for Life video on our business, right? Or getting them on a 3-way call because you don't have to have the knowledge, right? You have a mentor that has a lot more knowledge because he's been in the business longer. Takes nothing away from you. He just happens to have been in the business a little longer. He happens to have been in the business a little longer. Rick happens to be in the business a little longer. Okay? You do not have to have the knowledge. Literally, you could know nothing about these products. All you got to know is have a belief system. Would you believe that the people in this room were sincere? And please tell us what you feel. The people that you heard give testimonies today or stories, do you believe that they were sincere in what they were saying? Okay. Based on that, do you believe, since people gave some pretty good stories like Chris's, and let's assume for a minute all these stories were correct, were absolutely accurate. We are literally doing a disservice if we don't share it with people, right? The worst that can happen, we don't get killed. All we get is a no. And those no's get us closer to the yeses. And we don't have to know jack squat. All we got to know is a phone number for that guy right there. That's really all you have to have. And you have to remember that you're just a tour guide. So you got that little hat on that says tour guide. So all I got to do is send them to a website that's going to teach them all about that. That's all I need to know.
That's what I do. I have people, they hook them up with Victoria myself or Chris myself.
Yep.
And so when we have to talk to someone that knows a lot more than me, and call Chris, Victoria.
Yeah.
And I sit there and listen and I learn.
Mhm.
There's some family people already know you, they know you're not an expert.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. So I'll give you the
We can't hear what they're saying.
I kind of feel
So
bad.
it's a
I'm
business
doing all the work and I feel like they want to help.
Okay, so what they're saying now, here, let me do something real quick here. Let me do the stop this.
Hey.
Hey. So basically what they were saying, repeat what you were saying real quick. Just an overview.
Loudly, please.
When I meet people, I tell them, like I say, well, let me get you with someone who knows a lot more about the products than I do, and so I'll either call Victoria or Chris and figure out, like, just what this person's like and who would be more likely to work with them. So it's pretty easy. I just let them do the talking. I listen. And I listen.
And that is the truth. Chris is passionate. I will tell you, if you have nothing other than passion, you can be successful in this business. Seriously. Because you're so convinced, if you truly believe it, you can be, you're just sharing your passion. If they say no, it's no big deal. Okay, so the next one is.
Can I add something to
Yep.
what you were saying? When you said you feel bad because you feel like they're doing the work, that you shouldn't, because that is what relationship marketing is about, because you don't have to know all the people and do it yourself. You're basically, when you sign someone up, you're going to work their line, because then you're going to help ensure their success. You keep bringing, that's how it grows.
Right.
So don't feel bad.
Not only that, Victoria's my upline, Chris is my downline.
Yeah.
Chris probably does more to help me than he has more knowledge than I do about all this stuff. He's my help, he's my support. So is Victoria, both.
So somebody wrote in here support. Now, I can assure you, if you're doing the business, if you're anybody in this room, you're going to get support. I can't imagine someone writing that down personally, but someone feels unsupported. So I'm just saying, if you feel unsupported, let's find the right person for you to work with. Okay, and all you got to do really is call customer service, find out those 10 upline, and then I can tell you, or you can just call me. I don't, if you say to me, you know what, Victoria, I don't want to work with you. It's okay. I am not going to tell you personal. I got a lot of people I work with every day. Okay. So if for some reason there's a rub between you and Chris or you and Deb or you, if you don't feel supported, let's say someone is not as active in the business as you would like someone to be, that's no big deal. Come to me, right? We all know I'm active, right? We all know, you know, most of us in this room are very active, but there should be no issue with support. And no matter who it is, we can help you get through that hump for sure. Time is on here over and over and over again. So, since time seems to be the deal, like I look at Amy and I'm thinking, yeah, I see where Amy would be saying that because she works all night. I don't know if she put it on hers, but it's on a lot of these. You know, she works all night and then has a part-time job and then, you know, does the kids and their active schedule. But I remember me talking about making the list and having it like when your appointment fails, you know, for whatever reason, you can't go to that, or that 5 minutes here, that 10 minutes here. Literally, I have a list, and when one of my 3-ways cancels, that's when I end up doing my calls for myself, is if one of the 3-ways ends up canceling. It's every 5 or 10 minutes, because chances are you're just going to put the hook out there for them to call you later. So from a time standpoint, if you're serious about the business, you will find the time. It's kind of like people saying, I don't have money. I don't have money to do this, but did you notice at Christmas time that they found some, if their grandkid wanted Xbox or whatever they call those things, they're going to find a way to get that thing bought for them, right? It's the exact same thing. So we just got to make it a priority, because you know and I know if something's a priority, you're going to do it. If you really want it, you will do it. That's why you have to go back to the why, because the why is really important, because if you don't have a good enough why, you'll blow it off. Well, I'd rather go to this picnic. That's cool, because if you go to that picnic, though, think about it, you got lots of contacts at that picnic, right? So, you know, looking for opportunities everywhere you go. So we've talked about time, we talked about follow-up. That's why I set specific times right then and there, because I know I'm not good with follow-up. So I know that's my biggest weakness. Beggy, are you going UFO on us? Or anyway, yeah, she just left for a second. So bottom line is you schedule everything in. That's what I schedule everything in. Oh, I got a little bit of, it looks like I got 15 minutes here. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, here's another time one. Here's another time one. Money. Okay, how do you do this business with no money? We have a couple of them on here on no money. So basically, you want to make sure you have $100 down. You join as the $25. Sorry about that. And you spend $100 a month, because if you do $100 a month, you're going to get that fast start bonus. You never, not 98, not 99. You want to be at $100 so that you can make sure you get your bonuses. And then I'm sorry?
100 QV.
Everything's QV, right? And so see, that's how people kind of mess it up. If you're off $1 or $2, even 50 cents, the computer isn't going to pick it up right, and it isn't going to pay you right.
And sometimes you have to watch, because I've gone in before thinking when I put in my auto ship that sometimes if it's like the product is on back you know, hold or whatever it is, yeah, back order. Does that count?
Okay, what they do is, yes, they charge you. If it's back ordered, they will charge it to your account. And if it's going to be in a short period of time, we rarely have back orders. I am amazed with all the products we have so few back orders. It's amazing. I mean, I think in a year, I might have 2 back orders.
Yeah,
and then they come in within the week usually.
I think it was one time that my auto ship, I had put it in for a certain amount, but when I got my delivery, it wasn't what my QV was. And I don't know what happened. I think the product's QV changed during the month, I think is what it was.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
So here's one for you. Lack of ambition. And I'm real detail oriented. So, again, I've told you, everybody that comes to us is anal anyway, right? The detail is not, the dollars are not in the details. The dollars are in the passion and be the tour guide. And if you have a lack of ambition, you got to find something you're working for. And you know what? I want to send my kid to Stanford, and I want to start collecting now. I want to buy, this house is way too small. I need a bigger house. I want to be able to help my grandkids start their college fund. I want to stop this flipping life I have where I work a full-time job, a part-time job, and this. So maybe if I start, no, I'm not talking about you, Amy. No. Looking right at you, talking about your life, but no, I'm not talking about you, right? So you got to find something that hits you. Just because getting something might mean something to me has nothing to do with you. What motivates you? You have to look inside and say, what is it that I really want? You know, and some people, it's a social thing. We've had many people throughout our career that they do this business just as a social outlet, and that's okay too. But if you want to, I mean, if you want to make money, it's not going to be just a social thing. Okay, so then
That's
the
my
next.
stomach grumbling.
All right. Okay, just a minute. Okay, the last one that comes up over and over is you don't want to bother people. You don't want to infringe upon them. If you truly believed in your heart of hearts that you've got something no one else has, and let me tell you, you do. No one has Doc Wallach. No one has a doctor you can talk to for free. No one has a protocol to reverse literally every dis-ease known to man. No one. All under one umbrella. No one has a comp plan with a company that you don't have to worry about getting paid. They've never missed a paycheck. This company has integrity. No company that I know, you can pick up the phone and call. You could literally talk to the president or CEO at any convention, anything that's going on. Most companies aren't like that. This is a great company. We truly have it all. We just got to get out of our own flipping way. Does that make sense? And stop playing it small and playing it big. Because if you play it big, oh my gosh, can you imagine for a minute the good with the hearts that you guys have? What you could do for your family, for foundations, for what your passion is, whether it's battered women or whatever it is. So, God, it's got to be time to eat, right?
Yeah.
We're getting close. Another 10, 15 minutes on this.
Another 10 or 15 minutes with Amy? Yes.
Just one question. I have a cousin who I think would be, I really want to coach her with this.
Okay.
She's a bike rider, and she's only like 30, and she had a hysterectomy because she had cancer. And this is before we got into this business, before I knew about the Z Radical. And bags. To really get some
Yeah.
What's a good like video to send her to?
We've got an audio.
Which one?
We've got an audio that I loaned to Diane. I want to order more. How do you like that audio? The one that is exercise without supplementation is suicide. I love it. It is
Because she's
so
a major bike rider.
exercise without. Did you listen to it, Di, or didn't get a chance?
Not yet.
It is so good.
Can
Give it back, girlfriend.
I look that up online? YouTube?
I don't know if it's on there, but I can tell you we can order from drjwallet.com. All of those for like $1.20.
Okay.
And I have several that I love. Selenium is phenomenal. Of course, Dead Doctors Don't Lie, which is now Public Enemy #1. If you have a homosexual person, you may not choose to give them Public Enemy #1. You may want to give them Dead
Oh,
Doctors
and
Don't
she
Lie.
is.
Okay, don't give her
Funny
Public Enemy. Give her Dead Doctors Don't Lie. And not that it's bad, he just kind of goes into the chemistry of it, and that may be turned off. But so if I were you, I would give her
Exercise without.
yeah, the one about the suicide, because it is quick to the point. And I got so excited after listening to that. I mean, it was a really short one, but it was great because I'm thinking, oh my God, this is Rick. That was be for every fitness center in the country, and that's one of the things he wants to work on is that. So that is a great CD because it's quick enough. And again, it's like $1.20.
Okay, I'll send her.
Yeah, I would send it to her. In the, do you see her very often, or you don't see her?
No, she's in by San Francisco.
Okay, so let's see if we can find it online so you can send it to her virtually. Otherwise, order it, send it to her. But you want to start the process now about, oh my gosh, I just found this. Eric and I just joined this company, and I'll tell you what, your name kept coming up in my head over and over again. And then talk to her. Well, I know that's what you said, because you could feel your remorse about not knowing about Z Radical because she had cancer. Okay, when they hadn't had the hysterectomy. Okay, we have a product that scientifically has been proven, results have proven that it really assists with cancer. People that have it could have a propensity to get it back, and the body just lines up with this, gets the proper nutrition, and it does a thing called apoptosis, which stops the blood supply from the tumor. And you're really going to want to know about this. But you know what? The more I've thought about this, I mean, you're such an athlete, and I'm becoming educated in this business, and I just keep thinking about it because I love you. You know, I care about you, and then tell her a little bit about, you know, the minerals and what happens with that. Yes, and
What about dead athletes stuff?
and dead athlete stuff. I've got one of those in there I can give you, and you probably know where it is virtually. Where is it?
It's in.
There we go. See, YouTube, and then I'll give you one before you leave. I've got that one. I just only had one of the other because I was trying it out. So. Yeah.
As her father has.
You're a good listener. What now?
Oh, my cousin, her father has diabetes, and she did this whole video on, you know, so she can, you know, it'd be better for her to tell her father about it.
There are tons.
This will go on with it.
Okay, so then the diabetes, there's lots of diabetes YouTubes. I mean, some fantastic diabetes YouTubes.
I did send that to my aunt.
So then I got to tell you, sending something and not following up is like doing nothing. If you don't follow up, make yourself a list. I sent this out on this date, and this is going to, you know, hey, Diane, get that. Have it. You want to?
Sure, we can go real quick.
Iggy has got, this is the last portion of today, besides eating fabulous food and then having some camaraderie here. His favorite book, we talk a lot about personal growth. Iggy's absolute favorite book he wants to talk about. And he has probably bought enough of these books to open up an Amazon. Because it's not, here, I'll get it for you.
Wow.
You go up there and I'll get it on for you.
Alrighty. You know, one thing Victoria forgot to mention, that one of our greatest goals in life is to buy me my 150-foot yacht.
Oh, that's right.
I keep forgetting about that. That's one of your goals, make enough so you can pay cash for it, right?
That's
there.
right.
Okay. But a lot of what you've heard today is kind of summarized in what I consider to be the 4 agreements. Who ever heard of the 4 agreements? Who has not? Raise your hands. Okay, well, actually, there's 5 agreements now, but if you haven't heard of the 4, you won't hear of the 5th one either. So,
Victoria, can you turn the camera? We can't see.
I'm sorry, I'm not Victoria, but I can do that.
Oh, thank you.
I can look at my belly button. Yeah, let's see if that's any better.
Yeah, just a little bit higher, maybe. If
Okay.
you're,
And how about some light?
yeah, you're kind of silhouetted in front of the door there.
I got people from all over the country telling me what to do.
We want to see you finally.
That's okay. Is that better?
Oh, yeah, that's great. Thanks, Iggy.
Okay. Just a note, when I was talking to somebody the other day, and I look at people like this, you start asking them questions. Now, this gal worked at a gym. She's a trainer. And she says, you know, I said, you know, she said, what do you do? And I said, I'm involved in health products and things like that. And she says, well, what kind? You know, I try to encourage them to ask me questions. And we got talking, and she has a daughter, and you know, she wants her daughter to be healthy, and their daughter's having these little issues and things like that. And I said, is your husband support? Oh yeah, he's you know, and she said, well, can you tell me more? I love that question. So we proceeded from there. But that's, you know, one of the things that you do is you just kind of spark their interest, you know, and I said, hey, you can listen to this CD and, you know, here's one of the brochures on Z-Radical, and just kind of tested where they were and finding out what their interests are and what their questions are and so forth. But anyway, the 5 agreements. Okay, these are things that I probably read this book over 50 times. And what it does is it gets you thinking, you know, in the right direction about what's going on. Reality is right here, okay, between your ears. What's out here is what you make it. Okay? So if you're looking out at something and saying, oh, it's rotten weather, it looks like it's going to rain, it looks like, you know, the world is a terrible place, people are angry, you know, I mean, you're creating what you see out here, but the reality is between your ears, that little space in there. So that's what you need to learn to control, or your subconscious. And we're going to practice different ways. I'll show you a couple of things real quick. But if you can get the book, it's by Ruiz, and it's called The 5 Agreements. Number 1, be impeccable with your words. Speak with integrity, say only what you mean. Avoid using the words to speak against yourself. Do we ever speak against ourselves? Yeah. All the time. Now, is that us speaking against ourselves, or is that somebody else who taught us to do that? You have little kids out there, right? You're their major teacher. So what you do is going to be their truths. Okay, so you have to be really careful. And your words are extremely powerful. You ever see a used car salesman? Hey, if I got a deal for you. I mean, look at what you feel. I mean, look at the message you're creating. Look at the image that you've already established in your head. All right? And you already have these. And guess what? So do the people you're talking to. So be impeccable with your words, because they are so powerful. There's a little girl who's dancing around the house, and she's happy and singing. She's in her own little world, and mom comes home, and she's had a hard day. It's been a terrible time. She's not feeling well, blah, blah, blah. She walks in and says, just, you know, hey, stop all that noise. You can't sing all that well anyway. Now, you've got somebody that somebody trusts telling them something that they assume as a truth in their life. So she might stop singing. And she might have been the greatest singer in the world. Look at this lady over in England. You know,
Yeah.
what was her name?
Susan Boyle.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, who'd have thunk? You know, that goes back to picking out people. I only speak to the people have to meet 2 requirements before I'll talk to them about this product. 1, they have to have a body, and 2, they have to be breathing. Okay? So if I look at somebody and say, you know, and he's wearing a, you know, a $2,500 suit and a $2,000 tie, and, you know, does he have a body and is he breathing? Okay? If he does, he needs the nutrients. And I'm the messenger. I'm the tour guide. Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do to you is because of you. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dreams. What that means is when someone's, you know, hold the mirror out, because they are projecting themselves, their belief system, on you. Ruiz says 95% of what we believe is nothing but lies. And we suffer because we believe those lies. Think back when you were a kid growing up. What little message do you remember from your parents? You know, something that you heard over and over and over again. You know, oh, you're too tall, you're too short, you know, you'll never be successful. You know, you're a woman, you can't do that. I mean, you're a guy, you're supposed to be doing this, you know. I mean, look at all the messages. The one that always comes to my head is my pop used to say, oh, he hasn't got a pot to in, you know. And you think of all this negativity. And this is part of your world. Like that little girl dancing, and mom says because she was upset and didn't think about it, says these things. Okay? You establish your reality. I am graduating all of you from high school today. Okay? You are graduating from high school, and no more teachers, no more books, you're an adult now. I don't have to listen to people. I'm on my own. You can establish the truths in your life that work for you. Okay, now how do you do that? I've had all this training all my life. Let's get back to this a little bit. Don't make assumptions. Oh, when somebody says something negative, you assume, oh, I'm no good. Oh, geez, I say such stupid things, and they should have, you're assuming something, okay? You're assuming with no validation. What you're doing is you're drawing from this 95% a bunch of lies that we've learned all our lives and believe and accepted as our truth, and making assumptions that don't support us, okay? You just graduated from high school, for crying out loud again. And, the whole world is a new place. So you can start establishing your truths. Always do your best. Well, your best night on might not always, if this is your best up here and you're not feeling good, or you have this or that, and, your best might be here. Or, try and push it just a little bit more as far as you can. Always do your best. Be skeptical, but learn to listen. Don't believe yourself or anybody else. Use the power of doubt to question everything you hear. Is this really true? Listen to what's really being said. You ever get on the phone and somebody, growling at you, and you're thinking, oh my God, what's their problem? What you do is you listen to what they're really saying. And most of the time you're saying, God, I've had a horrible day, and I want to get out of here, and, just say, God, you must be having a tough day. Yeah, I'm having a tough day. And they'll go on and on and on. And you'll let them unload. Guess what? They're ready to start listening to you. Okay? After they've unloaded all this issue, all this garbage truck, just because a garbage truck's out there and it's dumping out, you don't have to catch all that stuff. Get away from it, The analogy I use is when I'm walking across a field and I see a big old steamy cow pile, do I walk in it or do I walk around it? If I see something that stinks, do I want to be part of that or do I not? It's certainly not my cow pile, and I don't want to smell like that, so I'm not going to go near it. If somebody starts doing something, it's a bunch of dump, you don't have to be, that's their issue, that's their life, that's their belief system. So how do you change your own belief system? Well, you have to work with the subconscious. And what I do every night, I have a set of beads. Beads are universal. Guess what they carry over in Italy, huh? Oh,
Italy.
Right, in Greece.
India.
In Greece, they call them worry beads. In India, they're prayer beads. In the backwoods of wherever, in the jungles, they're voodoo beads, or whatever they want to be. Okay. Now at night, when I go to bed, I take my little beads, and if I had a particularly tough day, I will say to myself, one of the things I use mainly is body, mind, and soul are completely at rest. My mind is still spinning. I go body, mind, and soul are completely at rest. Body, mind, and soul are completely at rest. And I never get through these things. I always find them over the side of the bed or laying somewhere where they fall off, because I give myself permission to go to sleep. I tell myself that I'm relaxed. My body is 100% healthy. My body is 100% healthy. My body is 100% healthy. Not, if you use a not, there is no not in this. You can't say I am not sick, because the subconscious doesn't hear the word not. It hears I am sick. Okay? So what you do is you take these beads and you give yourself a message. Today is the day of, tomorrow is the day of closure. Tomorrow is the day of closure. Tomorrow is the day. Whatever it is that you have to, or that you would like to accomplish, it's the last thought in your head. I am magnificent just the way I am. I am beautiful. My hair is the right length. It's the right color. My hair is perfect. You know, it's not too straight or too curly or too this. You know, I'm a very competent person. I have all the confidence in the world. Okay? I am truly a confident person. I fear nothing. You know, whatever it is you think you need to deal with, you can do that. And since Victoria's sitting here breathing down my neck, coughing in my ear, I think it's time for me to go. But I have a whole bunch of these in the back. If anybody wants one, want to take it home with you, you know, try it. What you're doing is you're mind messing on the side of the angels, okay? You are reconstructing what your belief system is, and you are putting that into your head. When you get up in the morning, you might say, you know, you're laying there in bed, and you might say, okay, today is a day of closure, today is a day of closure, today is a day of closure, okay? That means you got to stop sitting on your butt and get out there and do something. Today I'm going to speak to 5 people. Today, you know, whatever it is that you feel you need to work with. And
Thank
there's a
you.
pile of them in the back.
Thank you, Iggy. And Iggy has a psychology degree.
I'd like to say one thing here. Victoria is so amazing when she gets up here. When I sit and watch her, I mean, I'm out of breath just watching all the things she does and says and so forth. She's really a great speaker.
Thank you. He's so sweet. So let's give away.
She knows.
The salmon's done. We got, if you want burgers, I did burgers and dogs for the kids. We asked them what they wanted. Nobody in here, I don't think, wants any. We're going to put out the food, but let's do some prizes real quick. So get out your, now where's the box of numbers?
Are they outside?
Would you check? See if the,
Yeah, mine.
oh, we need 2 tickets for. Okay, where are?
There's 2? Yeah. Anybody else?
Okay. Okay, so first I want to do some recognition. Chris, you want to come down here?
Hey, Chris.
You know what? Seriously, he deserves a huge hand. We want to give him a Z-Team medal. He is like one of the most amazing leaders and just so cares about people. And a little superstar ribbon. Thank you, darling. And I look forward to you getting the VP.
I'm just
Can you turn the camera, Victoria? We can't see. Sorry.
Oh, God, you're
We need to eat the salmon real quick, because it's going to get warm.
Okay, give me 5 minutes. Rick.
That's not exactly
We want to give Rick a big hand for getting to SCMD this month. A longevity journal and a Z Radical medallion.
All right.
And let's see, Eric and Lori for getting the executive marketing director. Come up here.
All right.
And this says I made it, but we're going to get you something much bigger when you get your next one.
Yes.
Woohoo! Awesome. And we want to give Scotia, come up here, Scotia.
All right, Scotia.
We want to give Scotia a lanyard. She is an up-and-coming star. You watch for her. And is it going to be pink, black, or white? Let's do pink. Okay. For her next trade show.
Thank you.
And we want to give Catherine. Come on up, Catherine. Bottle of Fucoid Z.
Oh,
Lose that 100 pounds, man.
Yes.
And a brand new grandmother
Yes.
who absolutely loves it.
There were 10 months yesterday.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. And then we've got, where's Jane? We're gonna get Jane a little later. And then we've got, Jane just had a grandbaby. So we've got, and then Hank is having twins, grandbabies. And so is this cute or what? Are these adorable? So anyway, we'll pack these back up. Okay, now, Scotia, call out a couple numbers for me.
Jane's grandbaby, a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Oh, good. So there's Kate name and Tarzan.
There we go.
Okay, the last three numbers are 310.
All right, who's 310?
That would be me.
Awesome. All right. Would you like? Well, come up here, Vicar.
Okay.
There's another stuff back. This might be good for Heather. To go minerals. Okay, good. Awesome. Who's next?
Okay, we have number 323.
Who's 3-2? Bob. Awesome. Let's see. This is for role playing.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of books up here too that are extra that you guys can take. So just pick what you want. It's extra one of these with all the samples in it. CM Cream over here is out of stock. Okay, he's got the BTT 2.0. Awesome. All right, next.
322.
Who's 322? Awesome.
I said we got the next one, and we did.
All right, we got some CM Cream.
Power of intention.
We've got some great products here. There's a Healthy Start Pack. There's Rebound, CM Cream, books.
This one, honey?
Now there's a woman who knows, who's a smart woman. Okay, next.
320. What's with these 320s?
All right, Amy. And who's next?
325.
Awesome. And who's next?
315. Me? I know what I want.
She wants that CM Cream because they're running low. Who's next?
309.
Awesome. Can you get something?
318.
You're gonna love it. They're so adorable.
I don't need that. But it's good.
So those two are yours, honey. Thank you so much. Oh, they're gonna love it. You're great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm supposed to pick something?
Pick something. Who's the next one?
311.
Who's 311? Dale. Awesome. Next one.
326.
Who's 326? Okay.
319.
Awesome.
You're not talking about enough in your head.
Have you used this one? Thank you.
I have not. There's two. Let's see. Yeah, that's sleep. Oh, the other slipper must be gone. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. But it's one of our products.
317. $321.
Here are pictures for you. Mm-hmm. Oh, sleep. Sleep better. If you have trouble sleeping. All right, Eric, what are you going to pick? Okay, who hasn't been up here?
314.
All right, girl.
312.
They must be in the other room.
Okay, hold on. We need to get some of these people out of here for what when they start.
So you know what? With that, everybody has now won something, which is fun.
Well, now I got 3 more.
That is fun.
It doesn't matter. Who hasn't gotten one, they can come in and get after everybody else is done. So we want to thank everybody for watching this long, but we think fruitful, informative, fun day. So thank you again, Becky, for hosting like always.
Absolutely.
And we look forward to answering any questions. Did anybody write any questions on the chat?
Just Cindy.
Okay. All right. Well, we will end it at this, and we thank you so much again, and we will hear you on Monday for another Google Hangout.
Thank you, Victoria.
Awesome. Thanks, Victoria.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, everybody.